Yeah.
It's all a scam.
Yeah.
Legalized mafia, baby. That's where we're at. So,
All right, getting the go live button here. Hopefully you like the little Christmas editions on the screen. But with that said, I do have to let you guys know we are behind the scenes with Living Splitscreen, and as you can tell, we're still getting some things set up. You might get a little bit of that raunchy talk while we're getting things set up. So beware for those who are live. But I do want to thank everyone to coming backstage. We're going to be back here for about 15 minutes. So we're gonna be rocking and rolling. Well, it's gonna be about 12 at this point since we're already 3 minutes in. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here today. Episode 84. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about some beautiful things. I do know that for sure.
We're gonna look at these pretty bars all day of you. Is that what we're gonna do?
We might. That's what I was considering. I was gonna say, hey,
it's so nice.
That might be the best option. Might be the best option. I figured I might look better this way.
Oh man.
There we go.
There. Oh.
There we go.
Is that a ski mask or is that just
ski mask? Well, it's got to be a ski mask.
Is that a stocking cap?
It's a beanie, man.
It's a beanie. Oh, I can't see. See, I got my screen really small.
It's a beanie, man. I got a bald head. I'm cold. I just shaved it last night. I got the window up, got the AC, I got the PC blowing its hot air at me.
I'm in Minnesota, brother. Ski masks are normal up here.
Right? I mean, which I understand. You got to keep those faces. Keep those faces.
When you're shoveling in 30 below weather, whatever it takes, brother.
Oh, no. 100% I agree. I don't think I could live in that. That just sounds terrible. Like the thought of me coming to visit and it just being cold as shit. I think I might just take my ass back to Florida.
I don't know, man. Get eaten by a gator or freezing some cold. Which one?
I mean, you're the only one that thinks that I just walk outside to the gators, man. No, actually, everybody.
I'm not the only one.
Everybody.
I'm not the only.
Everybody thinks that. It's absolutely right. It's actually like the majority of people who don't live in Florida who think.
Correct,
but
that's what's true. It's reality,
man. Well,
reality.
You guys would be.
Nobody from Florida talks about it, but it's reality.
Oh, is that what it is? It's like
walk
aliens?
Outside and you got to worry about getting eaten by a gator. So
it's like aliens, right? You just they're
it's
there.
Constant.
We don't know them.
You're in constant fear of your life when you're in Florida.
I don't know if it's constant fear.
Well, yeah, it is.
I think at some point you just learn the trade of wrestling gators, right?
It's like when you walk out the door in the morning, right? You get your shoes on, maybe a jacket if it's like 60 degrees.
Maybe a jacket if it's 6. Yeah, more like 65. That bust a jacket.
But right next to all that is a weapon rack, and you got to choose your daily weapon for the gators. I mean, you got a broadsword, baseball bat, crowbar. If you're feeling really chippy that morning, you grab the shotty.
Chippy, is that what we're going with?
Yeah,
feeling chippy that morning.
Feeling chippy. I want to put some lead in some gators. Break out the shotty. I mean, it's just kind of what it is. Daily routine. Floridians.
Look, I'm not going to deny partial of that information. I'm not going to, that's some of it.
You're going to deny all of it. You're going to deny all of it and say it doesn't happen.
Because it doesn't happen, unfortunately. I wish it did. I definitely wish it did. But neither here or there. Let's see here. Doom says, I've been down south. There's gators everywhere.
Thank you, Doom.
You know what?
Thank you, Doom.
Doom, you're not helping me, Doom. I need you to be contributing.
We haven't even added in the boa constrictors yet. There's boas everywhere.
No, I haven't seen boas. Now, there's definitely like grass snakes and stuff like that, or whatever they're called. There's definitely those that like to roam around and hang out. But
didn't I see a video the other day? I saw a video floating around of some monkeys.
Some monkeys? I don't have
jumping into water in Florida.
Nah, we don't have monkeys around.
I saw a video of that shit. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, you gotta go way South Florida. I'm not that south. You gotta go way south to get monkeys just jumping in water and them not being in the zoo. Just saying.
Hey, thanks, Nix. I appreciate that. Iron Lords was a blast, man.
Yeah, sure. No, y'all on the Iron. One thing, shout out to the Iron Lords for just being amazing people. I love when they get people on. I loved you guys' conversation again. It's kind of going through the antithesis of what gaming is, what gaming was, what a lot of people aren't familiar with, man, that time. And it's kind of what I always go back to reference to, because I saw some more people talking about it last night, and because the whole conversation of Xbox growing their studios and everything has come into question again. And instead of spending $79 billion, that they should probably just work on growing their studios, their internal studios, and work on putting out games. And now, I see the conversation kind of going down the aisle that, hey, Xbox has all this money. And again, we've talked about this several times, where people are used to the old way of how things have been done. But essentially what people want now is that people want Xbox to close out this $69 billion deal and to go cut third and second party deals since they have more money to do that. I don't know. You guys take that for what you will. I mean, I guess you can interpret that in many different ways. But I think me and Pong have definitely mentioned, if that is something that ends up happening, yeah, I think there's a lot more of a scorched earth going to happen than you may be anticipating. Because again,
or that you may want,
because I think that's going to be worse for the gaming industry. But again, it is going to bring competition. So I again, personally, with this entire deal, and we'll probably end up talking about it a little bit. I know some people are tired of talking about it. Me and Pong haven't had a chance to talk about it, just like me and him. Man,
it's kind of last week.
yeah, that is true.
Actually, we just ran out of time.
No, we definitely ran out of time. So we got some extra things to get into today, as far as that's concerned. So if you guys are sick and tired of hearing about that, hey, be sick and tired of hearing about it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm also not somebody that's going to sit here and say, well, I'm not a lawyer, so I have no opinion. No, I am going to give my outside opinion, because I don't have to be a lawyer to understand, at least to give my consumer, an educated consumer's perspective. That's what I've kind of considered it now, an educated consumer's perspective. It's at ECP. ECP, baby. ECP.
I like it, Steel.
So I think that would be the better way to start taking things, just because everybody's an educated consumer, right? And if you're not, then that's kind of to your own fault. And I mean, at least to this point, like, everybody should be an educated consumer. You got YouTube, you got so much access to different information. People are like, kids are trying toys before your kids get the toys. Like, you guys got to kind of like see where things are going to kind of get a perspective on some things, but I got to take that educated consumer's perspective. ECP, about to get on a shirt.
I do like it, man. It's coinable.
It is coinable. I like it. ECP, baby. I'm gonna get it rolling. I just came up that randomly here.
That's why you're a master, brother. That's why you're a master.
Hey. Still upon, what's your opinion on 343i Halo Infinite Season 3 preview? To be honest with you, Jacob, I haven't looked at it in depth or anything like that. Unless if they've come out with more information. I know they
had a video this week. They had a video this week. We got it. I don't know how long you stuck around for Xbox Ultimate last night, Steel, but my God,
I only caught the first 10 minutes.
Okay, we had to end the show. We went 3.5 hours. Okay. Which doesn't happen on Xbox Ultimate. We had an hour and a half long talk about marketing and Xbox marketing. Literally an hour and a half.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the biggest problem.
Because we went back and forth, because it was me and Mav on one side and then everybody else on the other side. And so,
hold on, what side were you and Mav on?
That they got it, that they have to do more, that they have to do more shows, that they have to start showing these games, and they should be doing development diaries, that they should be giving us insight into these games leading up to launch, that they can't sit quiet for 3 years, 4 years on games that they've already announced. And that was the point. All these games that they announced, Perfect Dark, Fable, Avowed, that they have to start showing something of these games, that they can't do what they did and then just go radio silent forever. So we had this huge discussion last night, Jasper's point was nobody watches these shows, and why this I just brought this up. Nobody watches these things, blah blah blah. Yeah, and Jasper goes, Mav, did you watch the new Halo 3 video? This is the only reason why I know about it. And Mav's like, which one? He's like, the one this week. And Mav's like, no, I didn't. But to Mav's point, that game's already been out for a year. So it's different, but that's the only reason why it triggered, because you said.
No, I mean, I haven't seen it either. I mean, again, but it does demonstrate that there are things that people don't watch, but there are things like, for example, the Game Awards that are getting more attention than the Grammys have. And the Grammys have been a thing since... they've been a thing for a while.
The Oscars.
The Oscars, excuse me.
Yep.
But the Oscars have been a thing for a while. So it's like when you look at the perspective of it, I mean, me and Paul mention it here all the time. Gaming has definitely become is the number one entertainment industry. And again, I mean, that's why we also say that. I know people like to shit on Jeff Keighley, and not everybody agrees with what he does, but he is the biggest voice and the biggest person that is doing it in that space, other than like the BAFTAs. And even the BAFTAs aren't necessarily focused on, towards the American side of things. So it's like you only get one perspective. But it's always going to be a conversation more so for me about a missed opportunity. Because of that, right? You do it. I mean, I don't know, but somebody brought it up last night. I believe it was Mag on Crossfire last night. Shout out to Crossfire. But Mag brought up the point. It was just like, in January, people do things in going into December to end off the year, because that's when people are off of work. People are here, we're willing and waiting for some content to watch. Whereas you put it in January, people are starting to gear back up. Everybody's going back to school. And depending on when you do it in January, now if they do it because there is that rumored Xbox whatever that's going to happen. And again, rumors are rumors. I'm always going to take those things with a grain of salt. But with that rumor being in the air, if they do something in January, it is all about timing, right? They could do something very early January. It could be January 4th, and we get all the questions answered that we needed. But again, there is something to be said about just missing an opportunity. And that's why I think that conversation of marketing is going to continue to come up.
To that point, Steel, then, if they're going to do something in January, and Jez put out another tweet last night saying that it's looking more likely that that's going to happen, that something is going to happen early 23, they should be announcing it right now, Steel.
No, they should. I mean, that's the other thing. That's the other problem, right? You can't get people anticipated and excited for something. And again, if you just don't have nothing to show, you got to say that too, because your mantra for a lot of people and how people see you on the outside perspective, especially as a consumer, is like, they got certain games over there, and what else, right? There's nothing necessarily other than Game Pass and even that's not being driven home like the way that I think that it should be, right? Where we should see it more often. I don't see it as somebody who's subscribed to it. It's crazy that I don't see it as often as I probably should, right? And you imagine when things like that, things that you're a part of, it does it with everything else, right? Your phone's listening, whatever's listening to you, where you all of a sudden get all these advertisements for certain things, and then Game Pass isn't one of those things. It's like, okay, well, where is your attention at in far as the metrics go and everything? So I don't know.
It's an interesting. Again, it went for an hour and a half last night. Probably went for 45 minutes too long last night, but Mav was fired up and Psycho was fired up on the other side. Jasper was fired up, and then of course we had Insane Cakes on, who works for ZeniMax. So he couldn't say a whole lot, but he was pulling up stats and dates and stuff too. So it just went on. And some people, again, it's funny, Steel, because we talked about something that only a very small percentage of people care about, right? Even within this community, only care about that, right?
Right.
But that's the passion that comes with it, because when you look at where Xbox is and where we all think that they're going to be, like, there is some conversation there, because of the simple fact is they have to start thinking differently than they ever have before. Right? They have to, just because of the amount of content, because of where they're going to be positioned within this industry with all these studios. Let's say ABK does go through. You are talking about the biggest publishing house outside of Embracer Group, just pure number wise. But Xbox will actually have bigger IP than Embracer because obviously
at that point, I mean, yeah,
the AAA stuff, right?
Wise, yeah.
So they're going to be the biggest publishing house in the entire world when it comes to actual IP.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to start thinking that way, Steel. And that was my point, was you have to start cultivating an audience for smaller shows like State of Plays, like Nintendo Directs.
Yes.
You have to start, and that starts internally. Everybody else's point is, well, nobody cares about that stuff. Well, when Nintendo does something or when Sony does something, people do care. And their hardcore fan base ripple effects out. The word of mouth goes out to the rest of the people. Now, it doesn't reach 2 billion, 3 billion people, and you're never going to have that type of audience for one of these shows. But the point being is that people get excited. The minute a Nintendo Direct is announced, the minute that a Sony State of Play is announced, the hype wheels start moving immediately. And you have to cultivate that within internally. And that means a mind shift internally, like, hey, we're not just the Microsoft of old. We're not putting out the games of old that, got meh ratings sometimes, or whatever the case may be, that got those, 70s, 80s. If you're going to be that company, and they've said this, Steel, that they want to be, that quality is key.
Right.
If you're going to be up there and say, no, yeah, exactly. We're going to put out games that are game of the year contenders, right? We're going to put out games of high quality. Then you got to come in with that winner's mentality. And that means like, hey, we're going to have spotlights on these things. We want to make sure that people are aware in 2 months' time, you're going to be playing this game and you better be ready because this is going to be another huge hit. Right. That's the mentality you got to have. And I think that that's part of it. And not, again, we're not talking about taking away showcases. Right. We're not doing any of that. In addition to those big moments, you got to have these smaller moments too to put spotlights on them.
I think that's going to be something dope to talk about, because I definitely want to hear what the opposition to what you're speaking to is.
It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter. See,
nobody cares.
I want to kind of have that conversation with you on tape, just to see kind of where that conversation takes us, because I do want to hear the opposite side of that, because I've seen some of it. The most opposite that I've seen is, the only real major thing that I've seen is that people just want Xbox to put this deal to the side so they can spend money on other things. And it's just like, that's
a separate conversation.
That's also separate.
Yeah. And I'm really tired. These past, 3 weeks or whatever have been crazy, man. I'm really tired of the intellectual dishonesty. I'm really tired of this constant comeback to the same old issues, or I shouldn't say issues, the same old talking points over and over again, no matter what the conversation is. I'm tired of the intellectual dishonesty in this community. I'm tired of the bad faith actors in this community who are here for no other reason than to put on a show. And it doesn't matter what they say, they're here for that show, right? And I'm tired of it because it drains the community that's here for actual talk, right? Who's here for actual discussion. It takes away from that.
It does.
And it's just, oh man.
I mean,
anyways, let's get into the real show.
But it is a different side that we got to speak on. So I think we're going to have a good time today with that. So don't know what else we're going to talk about today, guys. So hopefully, chat, you can drive the train. And again, I know we're going to talk about some of the FTC stuff that's going on. We got some huge opinions about that. And again, we are going to be taking the educated consumer perspective as we talk about these things, because no, we're not lawyers. We're not in that field. I know, but between me and Pong, we probably easily got 40 years of customer service experience, if not more, combined. So I think we have an understanding of how people think, how people work, and what that perspective may be, which is why I think it's one of the most valuable thing that me and Pong both have, is that sales and customer service experience, because Guys, you dealing with people as long as we may have. You've seen every shade of the rainbow, I tell you what. But let's get into it. I got to start it up for our audio listeners again. For everybody that is checking us out live right now, I greatly appreciate you guys. I much love to you guys. And we also got to have a conversation of whether, content creators can be considered as friends or you got to consider as enemies. Because I think that's something else important to talk about that I'm actually pretty passionate about and have some interesting things to say. So let's get into it. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, and all the wonderful gamers and just people around the globe, what's going on? It's episode 84. You are here and locked in with Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry with a lot of personal flair to it. Me and Pong, we take that RTS perspective. That's real-time strategy if you don't know, and if you're still confused, let's go look up some old Command & Conquer or Red Alert or whatever you need to look at so you can get back acclimated with what we're doing here. But we take ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together so we can build a foundation of educated gamers, maybe some friends in the meantime also, and just some great people as we reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil always talks about. Whether we actually hitting them or not, hey, it's completely up to you guys. Hopefully you're rocking with us. I am one of the hosts, Steel Rain. The T is a 7, in case you need to look me up at any point. And for me, give you a little bit of an intro. We got some things that we're going to talk about. We left off last week with we didn't talk about the FTC conversation. And I know some people are tired about hearing all this government BS and, oh man, here they go talking about numbers again. And look, going to new term. Hopefully you guys like it. I'm gonna see how far it goes. I might have to end up putting it on the shirt, but it is the educated consumer perspective, otherwise known as ECP. Hopefully it blows up. We can get it somewhere. This will be my first coined, little quote right there, and we'll see if what we can do with that, because we're not lawyers. We're not in that field. Where me and Pong have at least 30 plus years of customer service sales experience, at least, that we can bring to you guys. So I feel like we can understand how people think and also how sales and businesses and how they tend to kind of operate. So that's what we bring to the table. But I have to introduce, one of the most uncanny gentlemen that you can meet, not only in the YouTube streets, but I can't wait to also meet this gentleman in real life. The X-Men who is not Cyclops, and his side girl is either Rogue or Storm, depending on what day. I mean, he might even throw the Phoenix in there. He might have a quadruple, or whatever. What do they call that? My guy, Pong. So, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, Steel, feeling good. Back on another Saturday morning. Things are ramping up towards the holidays here. So it's been an odd week. We didn't have PM in the PM on Thursday, so last night was my first show, so I'm always thrown out of whack with that. But we got the busyness of the holiday season, of course. Lots going on for everybody. Nice. So thank you, anybody who is here joining myself and Steel for another episode of Living Splitscreen. We do have a lot to get into today, Steel, because we went nearly 5 hours last week and still didn't even talk about the FTC. If you were here for the behind the scenes start of the show, you'll know we got some topics to jump into. We got some opinions, big opinions coming up, as Steel has already coined a new phrase, which is amazing, live on the spot. But otherwise, me this week gaming.
Thoughts on what you've been doing?
It's something, man. It's been something. Been all over the place.
Midnight Suns, at least.
I've been all over the place, yeah. But Midnight Suns is still the addiction.
Okay.
Yesterday had something weird, because yesterday I actually had a paid day off, which we normally get right before Christmas. So we usually get a 4-day weekend for Christmas. But this year, business decided to do a little something different. So we had our dinner early, and then we got a paid day off, which was nice. But obviously had a lot going on yesterday. And so let's start here. Midnight Suns. It committed the cardinal sin, Steel.
Oh, damn. What is that? What happened?
What do you think the cardinal sin? What's my cardinal sin of video games?
Losing progress?
Yeah. It sure did.
Wow. What happened?
There's they fixed it yesterday. Patch went out supposedly. When a game does that, I did this with Watch Dogs Legions.
Right.
I did this with Cult of the Lamb. I give it a second chance to see if I can fix the problem, right? Or if I can get past that point, right? Before I put it down. So it got its one strike. It's during one of the hero ops problems.
Okay.
And these are like little side things that you can send you don't actually play them. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, hey, if you collect some intel, then you open up these hero ops, and then you can select somebody from your group to go complete this hero op. It can take a day. You know what I'm saying? And they bring back you wind up getting like a new card for that character from the hero ops, right? But they're unavailable to you for main missions while they're out on hero ops, right? So anyways, should not be a big deal, right? Well, for whatever reason, one of my hero ops, when I went to go collect it, and this is a known issue, again, they fixed it yesterday with the new patch that dropped yesterday, supposedly. It wasn't happening every time. I had sent out hero ops before, whatever else, but there would be certain hero ops, and I ran into one of them where you sent them out, go about your daily business, go through your day-night cycle, come back the next day to collect that hero op. And when you went in to collect it, it would start loading, and then you would get an error message, a graphics processor error message.
That's not good at all. Okay.
Right. So it would freeze up, you'd get the error, and then it would eject you to the dashboard.
Right.
Okay. No way around this. I reloaded a previous save from the previous day, tried to do things differently, and then collect my, I cleared, I unplugged my Xbox Series X thinking maybe it was a memory issue, right? I did all that stuff. Nothing. I had to go back to a save, and I save a lot because this is a typical RPG, and you can save everywhere. Even during battle, you can save in this game, which is nice. Yeah, it's really nice. So I got a lot of saves, but I had to go back 3 hours of game time, 2.5, 3 hours of game time to get to a different point prior to me accepting that hero op. Okay. So I did that, went all the way back, wound up with started building, started going through my stuff again. Wound up with a new set of intel, because the missions changed when I went back to that previous save, because they're random side missions where you get the intel from. Wound up going back there, got a new hero op that actually did not trigger that. So I'm now caught up and past the point where I was progress-wise prior to. So now with the new patch, it's supposedly fixed, supposedly not going to have those issues with hero ops anymore. So crossing our fingers. Jasper beat this game in, I think he said 60 hours, 70 hours.
That's just a decent sized game.
Well, I'm at 55 hours now, give or take with photo mode and all that kind of stuff, right? Give or take all that. but I'm at 55 hours. I'm still in Act 1 because you don't have to progress the main story. There's 3 acts, and I'm still in Act 1. So you don't have to progress the main story. You can keep running side missions all you want, Steel.
Yeah, but I imagine that at some point that's gonna die. That's gonna fall off, and then you'll have to do the story.
No.
Does it keep refreshing?
It just keeps refreshing every day. You get new side missions, so you can do this however you want to, which I love. You know me, Steel. I love this shit, right? Because I'm building up. I'm beefing up my characters, right? I'm powering up my characters. I'm getting all my technology up all the way. I've got my training yard at like level 18 already. So I'm getting all the bonuses. Yeah. I'm building up all my friendships with all these characters, right? So I'm getting the bonus. You know how the devs and the dev, when they were doing their dev diary stuff, somebody sent in a question asking, hey, could you max out your friendship levels with all the characters in one run?
Right.
And they hesitated and they said, no, don't think you can do that. I now believe you could. We're talking about a lot of time, but I think you can actually do that. So I've just been having a great time. I can't stop playing it. I love running the side missions. I love building up my characters. Yeah. I love all that stuff. Right? This is my game of 2022. Now this is my game of 2022. This is my favorite game I played all year long by far. So, again, I'm just enjoying it. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. So Midnight Suns played a little bit of High on Life. Mm-hmm. The performance issues were so bad opening night. I was like, and I'm not sensitive to that stuff, folks. I'm not sensitive to that at all. But this was bad for me. Mm-hmm. Like I was having a hard time watching the screen during battles. So I put that down, fired it back up after they patched it. Smooth sailing. So I got maybe like 2 hours into High on Life, maybe a little bit more than 2 hours. I'm going to go back to that game. Game's funny as hell. If you're not a Rick and Morty fan, if you don't like that type of humor, you're not going to like this, right? But I enjoy that type of humor. I was already laughing my ass off. I was watching Tammy and the T-Rex movie during the game because they got 4 full-length movies in this game. Classic. I just love it. I love every bit of it. I'm going to have a good time with that. And then, Steel, the randomness of a grazer. And I didn't even tell you this yesterday, Steel. I was waiting for you to hit me up yesterday if you had time.
Got caught up.
Yeah, I know you got caught up. And I was busy too, back and forth. But I was going through the sale, Steel, because if anybody doesn't know, Xbox has got their big year-end sale on right now. 900 plus titles in there, something like that. And I'm like, I'm not spending any money. I'm not spending any money. I got 2023 is stupid full. Yeah. I got to save money. Like I got to look, it's going to be bad. So, but I had to look in the sale. And then I came across Mortal Kombat 11 for $9, the ultimate edition.
God. Yeah.
Yeah. $9 ultimate edition.
Yeah. It's everything. Yeah. It's everything.
Everything. Right.
Can't beat that.
So yeah, I was like, I had some Microsoft credits and I was like, all right, so I'm going to finally pick it up because I did play it for a short bit when it was in Game Pass, right? Okay. So I had already started the story and stuff, but I had to pick it up. So I picked it up. So I was rocking out. I finished both the main story and Aftermath yesterday while I was doing other things. So having a good time with Mortal Kombat. I like the story. I know some people think it's cheesy, whatever.
No, it's all right. I mean, that's the one thing I miss. That's the one thing I miss about Mortal Kombat. And again, I don't know how streamlined the story has been since back in the day, but there was like a art to Mortal Kombat, man, for a long time. And I miss being, sitting around saying, hey, man, what are all these different characters doing? But then they started pulling characters, retconning characters, not bringing characters forward. So it was just like, okay, well, are y'all continuing the story? Are you not? And then in this one, in Mortal Kombat 11, all of a sudden Liu Kang has time travel powers and he's the god now. So he's like, he got this going on. I haven't played any further than that. I think I played through the first DLC maybe. I don't even think I got that far because honestly, when it comes to fighting games, if it's not Tekken, and I saw this kind of go out earlier throughout the week, people were talking about their favorite fighting game. And of course I saw Mortal Kombat 1 because that is the most. Let's be honest, guys. Like Mortal Kombat is the fighting game that literally does everything. It goes so over the top. can't help but to be pulled in. There's nothing like pulling off a fatality. There's nothing like watching people throw hands with each other, man, because there is a magic to it. But just like any fighting game, I mean, there is technique and everything else. I will always choose Tekken over most fighting games, Soul Calibur, that Dead or Alive, that Elk, because I love that 3D plane, being able to fight in. But yeah, for $9, I can't blame you for jumping into Mortal Kombat, man. It was an amazing game. It was an amazing game. I had plenty of time in it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
You know me. I'm just a button masher, right? I don't care. I'm not into the technical side, right? So but again, the story was
it's solid,
entertaining to me, right? And Aftermath, like taking from a different perspective of the same story, was cool. Like I totally awesome. So I just had a great time. When you play Mortal Kombat, like you said, Steel, and everybody has their favorite fighting game, right? So Soul Calibur is my classic fighting game.
I love Soul Calibur.
I love Soul Calibur. But when you play fighting games, like you can tell why Ed Boon and his team are so revered, right? There's just something to it that is super, like you were just talking about, just amazing. And their fatalities and their effects during battle. Detail. Yeah, they never get old, man. No. They just never get old, even though I'm not that technical guy, even though I'm not pulling off crazy combos and all sorts of things. The fact that they also include basically kind of a butt mashing mode that makes it easy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like I love it. Like I think it's so much fun, and I just like playing through
accessibility, man.
And the character customization in Mortal Kombat 11 is ridiculous.
Yeah, they definitely jumped it up.
It's ridiculous. I was having so much fun going through and changing all the character costumes and stuff and setting people up. So, so that's been my week of game playing, Steel. How about you, brother? I know you've been crazy busy too. So,
I mean, I definitely have been busy, but I have jumped into High on Life. High on Life is actually this game I wasn't anticipating to be anything, right? To be completely frank with people, if this game again, this is a $60 game, if I'm not mistaken. If this game wasn't in Game Pass, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have played it. Point blank period. I wouldn't have. Yeah. This was not on my radar, not something I would genuinely be interested in, but that has definitely flipped on its head since I've played this game. I know some people have said, oh, the first-person shooter mechanics in here are nothing to shake a stick at. They're not impressive. You guys just want something negative to say, right? And that has to be. You are literally trying to write this game off as some trash game that doesn't deserve anybody's attention, and I do not get that. No, it is not Call of Duty. It's not Battlefield, who can't get their fucking.
It's not supposed to be.
It's not supposed to be any of these other first-person shooters. It's not supposed to be Halo. It's fucking literally a gun. It's an alien game. Like your guns are literally talking to you. Everything has different abilities. Like the world is weird.
It's comedy. It's a comedy game. Like it's stupid.
That's the other thing too. Like everything about this game, especially from it being from what I know as a smaller team from Squanch, bro, it screams quality to me. And I know Pong was speaking to, hey, it didn't, when it released, it was choppy. Yeah. Look, I'm playing on PC. I did notice some of that choppiness when I first started playing. But after the patch, everything did smooth out very well. And this is another case, at least to me, because we saw the reviewers really hit it over the head. It had like full reviews on Xbox for a while. It was sitting like a 50 or whatever the case. People were already on its head top, talking like, oh man, look, this game is going to be garbage, another Game Pass fodder game. And then, the game hits, and you see the user review is right above that 8.0, 80%, which lets me know that it hit exactly what it needed to with the people. And again, with this game wouldn't have been in Game Pass because I'm not the Rick and Morty fan, right? I'm the guy that watching Rick and Morty in those shows by those guys, and mind you, I don't know their names like that either, but from those guys, a lot of their content I find to be cringy. It's like South Park. I don't find South Park to be all too funny. I think it's cringy a lot of the time.
Whoa.
Compared to American Dad, Family Guy, The Simpsons,
I can't stand
stuff like that. See, but and I think that's also interesting because I've noticed that over the years too, where there is that separation of people who like one side of the funny versus Seth MacFarlane's side of what he does and how he makes things come across. Yeah. And I'm not saying that both of them have their corny parts. parts, you know? So when I sit back and look at it, it's like, oh man, well, you know, at the end of the day, I take them for what they are. I have seen Rick and Morty. I have laughed in Rick and Morty, and there's plenty of funny moments in that. I don't want to say that this, oh, if you like Rick and Morty, you'll like this game. This game isn't really, is not that over the top, honestly. Like, it is funny, and it does do things purposely to try to get a little laugh and a little chuckle out of you, yes. But it's not like, it's not done cringy. It's not done in a cringy way. Right? In every situation, it's either the gun talking smack about you, the gun talking smack about the situation. You as a character don't have a voice. So it's literally the gun or guns, if you've gotten far enough, that do the conversation for you. And each one has different dialogue. It's never the same. The other thing too, because I have about 4 guns at this point. I got one that makes babies. I got one that uses the glob shot. I got one that's like the needler, basically. And then the other one I got is basically a shotgun that shoots saw blades, which again, like the concept of these weapons and the fact that this game breaking the fourth wall is what's so amazing to me, right? Because I thought it was going to be something that would bother me or be in the way, or I would want to turn down, like people that are speaking on Forespoken. Oh, I need to turn down the dialogue. In this game, I mean, to each their own, but I haven't turned down the dialogue yet. There has been some moments where he said some repetitive things in situations, but it wasn't jarring enough to me where I was like, all right, I need to adjust this back. And mind you, you can adjust the dialogue back to where they only talk at certain points. So saying that, oh, I don't like the guns talking to me all the time, that's not an excuse. If you don't want to play the game, that's one thing. But don't say that you don't say that you're interested or you love it or whatever. You would love to play. You have plenty of chances to play and you don't try it out, right? This is a full price game that you could try out if you don't have Game Pass, 10 to 15 bucks. Get your worth out of for that month. Play the game, unsubscribe. You can decide whether you liked it or not. But at least I do think that this game by itself at least get you 90 days worth of Game Pass. Guaranteed. Just this game alone. Just because of the type of quality that you got out of it, because of you spending full price versus not, you can get 90 days of Game Pass for the price of this full price game. And I think you're going to get everything that you're looking for. Again, that's just my personal opinion. I'm enjoying High on Life. I haven't beat it yet. I have to be about almost 75% of the way through. I'm expecting there to be a huge turnaround at some point, something dramatic to happen in the story just because it's kind of lined up that way. But bro, for a game that I was not expecting to be great or to be a good game, this gives a new definition of what I would expect out of a first-person platforming game. It really does. There's so much variety. There's so much variance in it. There's upgrades, and the world is different. The game is being a game, and it's doing it in a way. And not only is it being a game, but it's doing it in such a different way where it just, because the guns are interactive with you, it just creates a different level of care for the game per se. For me. But hey, to each your own. The other thing that I've also been neck deep back into is Ghost Recon Breakpoint. One of my brothers, awesome. One of my bros hopped back on Xbox, and which is another interesting conversation to have. Because he was on this stick because we were playing third person Warzone, Call of Duty and everything together. Because he loves third person games, right? That's his thing. But he likes, I know some people might say, whoa, isn't he a Sony guy? No, he likes third-person multiplayer games. So the games like Gears of War are going to be more his style. That's what we grew up together. That's what we met on. So games like that are what he likes to look for. And he hasn't been able to find that, right? Warzone took out their third-person mode. The Division has some of that, but it becomes really grindy. You got to have a certain build. You got to play a certain way, and that can take time for people, for grown folks. Again, for people that actually have lives, we can't just sit here and grind for 100 hours on the game just to eventually play multiplayer. Like that can't always be the option. You got to give some people like to have the option just to jump on, put a class together, have a good time with some friends, catch some bodies, and move on, right? Come to the realization there's not many third-person games that offer that. at least on a PvP side of things, right? And this is something I've mentioned here before. That is an avenue that I think Sony has missed on tremendously. Because they could have completely taken advantage of this, and I know they will when Factions releases. But as of right now, Factions is the only good thing, third-person multiplayer-wise, that I have to look forward from them, and I am extremely excited about that. That will make me buy a console for that, unless it comes to PC for whatever reason. Then I still don't have a reason to get a console. But that's neither here or there. So Breakpoint's been a good time. I just love jumping back into Ghost Recon. There's nothing like it. And Breakpoint, especially with the Series X and S update, bro.
Yeah.
It's a fucking beautiful game.
Yeah,
it is a fucking stunning game, bro.
I put some hours in Breakpoint.
Top to bottom, the detail, the guns, the way everything, the mechanics, the way the game world feels, the day and night cycles. Again, very Ubisoft-ish in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah,
but it does give you still those feels to go Ghost Recon. So
they put a lot of I was just gonna say they put a lot of content into it. So I would argue the strategy part of it as a single player game is not the Ghost Recons of old.
No, it's not.
Stretch of the imagination. Not at all. You can cheese a ton of spots. It's more action than it is the strategy shooter that
I tell you what though, Pong. I tell you what, you turn up that difficulty though, man. You can get real immersive. These enemies, snipers especially, they remind me of Halo fucking 2 legendary campaign. Fucking Jackals.
Yeah. If you're gonna crank up the difficulty, but when you're running by yourself, Steel, and you got your sniper team with you, because you can set up your team with weapons. If you set them up with snipers, they take shots from across the map.
Yeah, no,
like if you're in the air, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then the enemies don't even know you're there. Like they can't find you. That's how far away you can be. That's what I'm saying. But overall, they did a lot of work on that game. I actually played some of the multiplayer on that game, the PvP.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed myself. I actually had a good time with it. There was some cool aspects to that as well. So Breakpoint destroyed itself out the gate and never recovered. But there is something for people there to go back into, especially when it's on sale. If you're looking for something, it's worthwhile. There's a ton of content in that game, a ton of missions, like ridiculous amounts of missions.
There's so much content there, so much story content too. The other thing too, I mean, just me being a fan of John Bernthal overall, I like his character being in there, even though I just capped him the other day. It is what it is. But yeah, man. So I've been having a good time in there. And other than that, I've been kind of dabbling in and out of some other games too, trying some things. There was a game, it's not called Paragon, it's called something else. It's a MOBA-esque. It's a game that came out before. They renamed it and called it something different. I tried to jump in there. I just don't think I'm a MOBA fan like the way I used to be. There are some games that I'm just not willing to do YouTube research for. And if I feel like I have to, it takes away the fun out of it. At least, like at some point, guys, like... games just need to be games. If your game doesn't do well enough explaining to me what's going to be good or what I need to use or what's a good build,
right?
Like it's a turn off. And it becomes very one-sided. But again, not to say it's a bad game, it's just not for me. What else have I been into, man? I think that's been pretty much it. I'm still on Need for Speed Unbound, grinding out my online career. I haven't got much further. I still got my GTI. I got my S13, I believe. My Sylvia. No, it's an S15, I believe. The one that I think they have in there is an S15, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an S15.
Probably know, and nobody in chat probably knows what we're talking about except me and Pong. When I say S15, it's a Sylvia S15. Just look that up in Google. You'll know what it is.
In the States, it was a 240.
Yeah, it was a 240.
Nissan 240 SX.
Yeah, my fault, guys.
But with a better front end.
Yeah, with a much better front end. Much better looking car. Neither here or there. Don't want to get the people lost in the sauce.
No. Yeah.
Brawlhalla I've touched on a little bit, and in Multiverse, I think I've kind of stopped playing that too, just because there has, again, fighting games create a huge skill gap if you don't play them after some time, especially games like Smash Brothers, where people are playing those every day. So that's pretty much been my week, man. I feel like I'm missing some other things, but
I did miss something. I did jump into Witcher 3. Back again, third time's a charm. Yes, I should be knee deep in that game because I said this was going to be my third time's a charm. But as we all know, again, I wasn't expecting Midnight Suns to be my addiction. Yeah. So that's the only reason why I haven't jumped fully back into Witcher 3. But I will say this. I probably put in like 3 hours back into it again. Maybe less, probably right around 3 hours. But anyways, what I will say is this update is absolutely drop dead gorgeous, which was never a problem for The Witcher. The Witcher was always a looker, but now with the current gen patch, this is ridiculous. I mean, you could pass this off as a like early current gen game, easy. It's freaking fantastic looking. And then on top of that, the change in mechanics that they did with giving you the option to now use your signs, because before, for anybody who hasn't played Witcher 3, which there's not too many people out there, but The Witcher 3, when you want to use your magic, which there's signs
there was a button
in the game, it was you had to go to the menu,
radio
which would slow down time. And then you had to select, if you want to use a different sign, you had to select the sign out of there. Then it would cast.
Right.
Well, now they have a quick cast mode.
Really? Okay.
Where you use the triggers and it doesn't pause. The action doesn't slow down the action at all. Bro, game changing mechanic. Like that right there changes how the game plays. Yes, it changes how the game plays during battle, because that's the one thing that drew me out of Witcher 3 is the combat. Now, the combat itself is still, you got to parry, you got to dodge, you got to be patient, but being able to use my sign, my magic on the fly is a lot better experience for me personally.
Cleaner of an experience?
Lot cleaner.
See, and that's why I've been trying to wrap up on High on Life, because I do want to get back to completing games and then moving on. Just because it's just something internally that fucking fucks with me when I don't do that. So that I've been working through High on Life, not rushing through it, because I don't rush through games. I don't like doing that either. That was another conversation I seen this week, where people are like, man, do people just rush through games, and are people actually enjoying their games when they're playing them?
Nope.
Because they want to feel like they need to be part of the conversation.
It's the completionist, baby.
Right. And I respect, again, if you guys are a completionist, you can finish everything that you play, great. But there are certain games, and I do feel like High on Life is one of those that deserves it, to get a full playthrough, right? Everything is fighting for your time, depending on your friend group. They are going to pull you multiple different ways. Like right now, if I had a dedicated team playing Warzone or whatever the case, I probably would have even less time in High on Life right now. But because my habits have changed, and I've forced them to change, because I've never been the gamer back in the day when I couldn't afford to, when I was younger. Yes, that's one thing. But I was never the gamer where I was like, oh, I only like playing these games. No, I like to play multiple styles of games, but I also know what I like. So it's like playing that fine line, working through different things. The Witcher 3, again, is also going to be my third time jumping into it, especially with having this update, hearing things like that, where it made it a little bit more streamlined, made it a little bit more fluent. You know how I am with action combat, Pong. That's something that I always was either going to pull me in or take me a little bit out of the experience. Maybe that was part of the reason that I kind of said to The Witcher 3 previously. On multiple occasions. I don't know. But I do definitely want to give it a fair shake this time around. Because again, people say this is a world-renowned game. I love Cyberpunk and everything that I got out of that. CD Projekt Red, obviously, I believe knows how to tell a good story, especially if I'm going to consider Cyberpunk in my top 10. So it only gives me reason to want to really play this game, especially when people say the expansions are better than the actual main game. I don't know. I want to test that theory out. You know how I like to do that, especially when it comes to people saying that games only take 5. It took me 5 hours to beat the game. Ooh. But then play the game on Give Me Story and wonder why they had a short experience or whatever. But I mean, that
is a conversation, because again, Steel, it's all up to you how you're going to play games. I'm never. Steel and I both will never tell anybody how to enjoy their games ever.
They don't care.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
The problem being is that there are now people that use that to gatekeep conversations on Twitter and in this community. There are people who claim that you're only a gamer if you finish so many games, if your trophies are up there, if your achievements are up there. Listen, again, this is not the place for that. We don't do that here whatsoever. But I do see some people. And again, if you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. There's some people who it looks like it's like a chore for them. Like they're completing games just to complete games and just to be able to post trophy stats or achievement stats. And it's like, yo, like if that's your stick, that's fine. But there's some people, like you said, Steel, that just seem like they've fallen in to the trap, to the conversation that, hey, if you're not finishing a game, you can't talk about it. And so they're just finishing a game just so they can come in here and talk about it in this community. And I think that needs to stop because that's not, I mean, again, for me, I don't care. I don't care if anybody tries to come at me and say, you don't finish games so you can't talk about it. I could care less about your opinion.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't. I'm going to do what I do. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't care. That's fine with me.
You can be somebody who plays and beats every game. And I'm going to tell you right now, I could probably talk about games better than you can, or I can talk about the industry better than you can. I can talk at way better emphasis and way less destructive, way less attack, taking the attackive side to everything. Like I could do so many other things versus I can actually live life versus you just living it through you needing to prove why your dick is bigger to your friend.
Yeah.
I don't get that, right? Exactly. It's the same thing I saw like when I used to work when we were working out back in the day. It's like people weren't trying to see people become healthy and become like fit and become like into themselves.
It was about PRs.
It was about like fuck, get me. It's like what? Like, and that's probably why I ended up hurting my back my freshman year. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. But it is what it is. People make you talk and think about doing crazy things.
It's always that thing. It's always that Steel. It's always the one-upmanship. It's always a showmanship for a lot of people out there. It's always about how much better they are at something, and it doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's a fun hobby, it don't matter.
Like Muppet. Yeah, Muppet could be exactly one of those people, right? He says, "I'm enjoying Witcher 3, but still don't understand all the hype."
Yeah,
that could be very well the case. And again, there are a lot of things. Like for an example. There are a lot of movies that get overhyped, and people think that are great, and they're not that great.
Right?
It is what it is.
Again, it's personal. It's
like the
personal, and it's personal, and people want to just. If you don't share their opinion, you can't be a part of the conversation. It's awful, or you're trash, or you have bad. It's all of that, man. Like I said, it's in everything. You see it in movie. If you hit the movie community, same thing, Steel.
Yep.
Oh, you just have terrible taste in movies.
Yep.
Come on, man. Come on. Again, it's taste.
It's entertainment.
Don't matter.
Like it comes back down to I spent money on things that I like to watch, and I bought these things. It goes right back into the same conversation we have with everything else, right? It's just, and it's why I will always go back to, and like you say all the time, I'll start with that: play what you love what you play. But then, like I say, understand who you are as for sure as a gamer, but understand who you are as a person, right? You haven't been doing these things, you haven't been enjoying this hobby for this long to not understand what your preferences are, what you like, and to ignore them. Like,
stop caring about what other people think, Steel. Stop caring. That's the biggest freedom that you can have is to stop caring about what other people think. I just swear to God, when that clicked for me,
it's hard.
It changed. It is hard. Yeah. It's hard for a lot of people. Some people never get rid of that, right? So, but for me, that was the biggest freedom moment when I stopped caring. Like, it was just like, nah, I'm me. I'm gonna do what I do. Listen, we got a lot of great people in here. Thank you all for showing up. We're gonna get into the next week in gaming, but I'm gonna shout out some people right now. Before we do that, listen, Tim the Sorcerer, great to see you as always. Go. Oh, what is going on a Saturday? Why so serious is here as always. Doom Reaper is in the house. Shane G, what's going on, brother? And of course, we got the great Bach Boxenberger joining us this morning. And hey, listen, Box, I ain't talking trash about the combat in Witcher. Some people love it. I'm just saying, for me, it pulled me out. That's all. And they've done something that actually changes how it feels, and I'm impressed.
And again, it's difficult because again, I am that guy that wants more of those Eastern flavored games because when you compare The Witcher to some of those other games, you're like, all right, bro, like this isn't combat. Like this is, it's different.
It's just different, Steel. Everybody's got the preferred method, right? Like you were talking about earlier, third person, first person. Right. There's preferred methods there as well. It all comes down to your preference. Muppet 1169, of course, is here joining us. Brother Psychonauts, who was on the losing team of the debate last night on Xbox Ultimate. Again, Psycho, I hope you woke up and thought about all your terrible takes last night on the conversation. And me and Mav are going to remind you all on Thursday on PM in the PM about how you guys lost. So don't worry about it. Psychonauts, great to see you, brother. You know I love you. It was a great conversation last night. Fahim Scott, of course, showing up. Fahim, what is going on, man? Great to see you in here as well. Fastback OG NLG podcast, otherwise the shorter version. Brother Chris, what is going on from NLG? How you doing, man? Sir. Great to see you. UK lad, what is going on? Thank you for joining us. We got Crazy Greek dude in the house. What's going on, Crazy?
Psycho said he was being logical, man. You know,
yeah. Bull in a china shop last night. That's what Psychonauts was being, man. Retro Nerd, what is going on? Great to see you. Who else we got in here this morning? I think Back from the Dead. Back. What is going on, man? Destiny 2 God, like Back from the Dead, man.
Well, back. If you still in here, man, I've been considering jumping back into Destiny, man. I don't know about buying additional content, but I will tell you this, back. I'm more PvP focused. I'll tell you that straight up. If you ever need somebody that wants to run PvP with, let me know. Let's see, like
awesome. That. Brandon Barnes jumping in here. What is going on? Brandon says, what up, guys? Love playing video games. Listen, you come to the right place because Steel and I love playing video games too. That's why
Tom
we're here.
From Toonami.
What's going on, Tom? Lore Master Jasper, another member of the losing team last night on Xbox Ultimate. What is going on, Lore?
Hey, man, he said there were more of them than there was of you guys.
Hey, that does not mean you win. Okay, that does not mean that you win just because you had numbers last night. That's not how it goes, Lore. So, but great to see you, brother. Thank you for jumping in here early this morning as well. Everybody who's listening to this now or later, appreciate you all. This has been one hell of a year, and just want to make sure that we tell everybody that we appreciate the growth of this channel, which is due, obviously, in large part to people like yourselves showing up week in, week out. Again, hit that like button. That helps YouTube know that you're enjoying this. And obviously, if you've got a moment and you can, share it out on your favorite social media platform. Let other people know that we are here every Saturday morning, that Steel and I come with that energy, even though we are going early, because Steel and I get excited for Saturday mornings with you all. 100%. So again, but we appreciate you. Nothing but love. Oh, and of course, right on cue, Dragon Heart Yobi. Peace, love, life. The legend himself has got to jump in here. Thank you, sir, for being here. Love you, brother, and love the positivity you bring to this community as well. So all of you, thank you for being here. All right, Steel, I got to pull up this week in gaming.
Do that for a second. As you're pulling that up, let me know when you're ready. Because there's a couple different things I could do. I can either, if you are ready, we can go ahead and jump into that. But somebody did bring up an excellent thing in chat, because that is something else that I wanted to talk about. That was about Forespoken. So I just wanted to make sure I get that wrote down here.
Yeah, write that down, and we'll talk about that. That's not a problem whatsoever. I'm ready to rock and roll with this week in gaming, so let's get the regular schedule going, and then we'll jump into that, and let's get the show on its way. So you've heard Steel and I already talk a lot about our week. Let's see what's coming up this next week here. And again, of course, we are coming into the holidays here, folks, so things tend to get a little bit lighter. We've had an excellent December already with game releases, but let's see what's coming up this week.
Let's do it.
Write down my timestamp here. All right, let's see here. Where are we? We are on the week of December the 19th, Monday. So we are going to start this week. And why did you just do that? Why did you just do that? Why? Game Informer. All right, here we go. All right, so we are going to start with December the 20th. And this is a very, very short list, my friends. Very short list. So this is going to be quick. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion, which of course came to Game Pass. It came to Game Pass. It's already out on Xbox. Interesting. I popped it in for like 30 minutes, something like that, when it dropped into Game Pass. It is a classic style RPG where you are literally a turnip. So, and you literally did commit tax evasion. So, so the title does explain it. It's coming to PlayStation 4 finally on December 20th. So anybody with PlayStation, hey, you've been looking for a fun little RPG, I guess? Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. Naraka Blade Point.
Yes, sir.
Coming to Xbox One.
I got some big things to say about this. Now, one.
This
is going to be interesting.
December 22nd.
This is going to be interesting to see this come to Xbox One. The other good question is going to be, is this going to be 60 frames on Xbox One? I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. Because currently it is available via the cloud. If you do have an Xbox One, so that's one thing to consider. But the other thing I want to bring up with this is right now, because I do love Naraka Blade Point, I really do. But I stopped playing it because the main reason I stopped playing it is because I'll be honest, I don't have a ton of space on my Series X, right? Because of that, there are certain games that I'll carry on my PC versus my Series X, right? Because I use my Series X less often than I use my PC. My PC, I do everything. If I'm doing content, working, or if I just want to jump into a game, it's all literally right there. I don't have to set nothing up. I don't have to switch nothing. Boom, it's just plug and play, easy, for me at least. My Naraka Blade Point through the Xbox Game Store does not work. For whatever reason, and the biggest thing is I've seen people, you got to run it as an administrator. Do that, the game still doesn't work. I've uninstalled it, reinstalled it, uninstalled it, reinstalled it. Guys, I like to bring reality a little bit back into our conversation. I do have a data cap. Unfortunately, no matter how high my speeds are, I do have a gig download. I'm still only getting about 30 up, which is, again, a different conversation. But that's the highest I can get. And then the other thing, too, is that I still have about maybe a terabyte, maybe 500 gigs of a data cap. And I can only download one game so many times before it starts becoming an issue. So it's kind of what I've run into again. I am going to try to download it on my Series X because there are games that I have gotten rid of that I don't play as much anymore. For example, like 2K. I'm not in that 2K phase currently, so that's kind of when the way of the dodo. It does brought up more interesting conversation for me personally, as far as like cross play and cross progression kind of thing, especially like games like Gotham Knights where we don't see that. And I do think that would be a huge boon for those games, especially with Gotham Knights, for an example, dropping the heroic assault. And you're not seeing many people talk about it. It's just an unfortunate part. But with Naraka, if you guys haven't played it, no matter what console you're on, it is literally a melee focused battle royale. It is a good time. The main problem with this game, and I also want to be honest with people, is that you will end up fighting. The game's going to make you feel really good about yourself before you meet reality. And the reality of it is, as you get higher up in the skill tree, in the rank, you will run into more actual people, and those real actual people don't mess around. So this is one thing to take into consideration, because that's one of the biggest complaints about Naraka right now, is that the player count's kind of down. I think that's part of the reason why they are bringing it to the Xbox One also, to expand the player base a little bit more. But again, it's a great game, plays really well. It is fun, but there is, again, I mentioned this before, with certain multiplayer games, fortunately and unfortunately, there is going to be a skill gap. And for some people, that skill gap is going to be a turnoff. So just keep that in mind. But I do think if you have Game Pass, to at least give it a try, because I do think you can still get it in Game Pass.
Good conversation there. And then, Steel, do you know why this next game is on here. I thought this was already out. Am I missing something? Valkyrie Profile Lenneth.
Valkyrie Profile? I don't know, man. Maybe they're releasing it. Yeah, because they're releasing it for PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
That's
so wait, what just came out? Didn't Valkyrie Profile?
That was a Valkyrie Elysium.
Elysium. That's what was confused me. Thank you, sir. So Valkyrie Profile Lenneth, which has been out previously, is coming to the PlayStation consoles. So again, another JRPG from Square Enix that skips Xbox, and this is an older one. This is one that's already been out, but they are bringing it to PlayStation.
Okay,
now that's
because people are going to play this just because it's on a specific platform now.
Correct.
Like, come on,
yeah,
guys.
Right. Come on, guys. So that's it. That's all I got.
Really?
And I just looked for Xbox Wire while you were talking, Steel, to see if they had an upcoming week of gaming. They don't. So everybody's on vacation. So the gaming industry is on vacation. So that's all we got for this week. So Steel, go ahead and kick it into what you were going to talk about with Forespoken.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into some conversation about.
Did you just say jump?
Jump and jump, whatever we're going to do. We're going to jump into some conversation about Forespoken. The demo came out for PS5 users. There wasn't one for PC, which is kind of weird, but it's kind of to be expected too. But there was a demo that was released for PS5 that got. It was extremely divisive. There's a lot of people. I'm not just going to say a lot. There was a good amount of people that feel that the game reminds them of of an older gen game, the Xbox 360, PS3 generation type of game. I don't like the graphics. People are saying the graphics remind them of that. Go play some of those games from then and then go look at this. I don't know if that's exactly the take that you might want to sit on with this. But again, I mean, to each their own. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Nonetheless. But before I jump into Forespoken, I do want to let you guys know, High on Life, I am playing on the hardest difficulty, and it's not always the easiest game, right? You're gonna see me die here multiple times. I was trying to figure things out. Also, just move around. This game has some Doom feel to it when it comes to the movement and making sure that you're out of combat. Anyway, it is besides the point. Let's get back into this Forespoken. Forespoken came out with a very divisive demo. Some of the people had some complaints about frame rate, but the biggest things that I've seen where people were comparing the visuals. So let me see if I can get this pulled up on screen for us. We'll get the upcoming stuff out of the way here. So, Forespoken. Forespoken is a third-person action adventure game built around magic abilities and thus forth. Thank you, baby. Coffee. But so far, IGN has it listed as Forespoken feels like a game getting in its own way. The latest action RPG from Square Enix definitely does display potential thanks to a promising combat system that could become excitingly nuanced over time, but its opening sections sadly often feel uninspired. Now, with Forespoken, I do know that this demo is a sectioned off and very specific made demo for the game. I was also, for some research that I've done, I seen that this was an older build of this game. And that's at least probably 6 months old from what I was able to find out. Who knows if that's true or not? Could be false information. You guys let me know if I'm tweaking. But from what I've seen, the other thing too that I saw people draw in comparison, and people were using this as a negative, people were saying that it looks like and feels like Final Fantasy 15. Now, I know for some diehard Final Fantasy fans, they may not be great to you, but when I hear that, I like Final Fantasy 15. I liked it a lot, actually. I like the combat system. I like the way the gods were introduced. I like the way the world worked. I didn't like driving the car around everywhere. It kind of took me out of it sometimes, but it wasn't the worst part, right? It wasn't terrible. I was still able to get through it, and I enjoyed myself. And I think Forespoken, if it's of that ilk of people are saying that, oh, this is what I'm going to use as a direct comparison, that doesn't tell me anything negative, especially when the car's not in this game. I can traverse across the world with magic abilities, whether that's using this fucking what bungee cord like thing to swing from trees, or is it to step through the air with magic abilities? You can glide a little bit, move real quick, run up mountains and things like that. There's a lot of traversal options that seem to be in this game that are enticing, at least to a player like myself. From everything that I've seen, I'm still pretty much day one on this, but it is coming to PC. So that's one thing that can take into consideration. If this was only on PS5, this would not be a game that I get day one. This would not be a game that would entice me to buy a console. Again, it would be an addition, not a reason. For me personally, but since it is coming to PC, and I have that availability to get it, I will cop it day one, just because I support it. You got a black main character. She's a chick. I like the way she kind of carries herself. That representation is something I always clamor for in gaming overall, especially when they do it right. A lot of people were divisive about, oh, well, she's talking this way. And bro, she was just drawn out of New York, right? And drawn into this medieval fantasy world, and you expect for her to talk all medieval fantasy all of a sudden? No. Oh, the bracelet's talking and it's annoying. Okay, well, just like the complaints you guys have with High on Life, you can turn down the dialogue in this game also. So if those are things that turn you off or is something that you're not interested in, then maybe say that the game just isn't for you. That's okay. You don't have to like this game just because it's on your favorite platform, which is another thing that I also see, which is something else that I want to bring forth in the conversation. So, Forespoken, nonetheless, looks like a great fantasy action RPG game that I'm going to sink my teeth into. It's probably going to end up being at least a 40-hour experience for me. I know some other people are like, oh, well, it's more so the Ubisoft formula. And I did see some of that too. And we'll see, because that definitely needs to evolve. Because that play style of gaming is getting extremely old. But again, this game does have some time to polish up to get looking real nice. What you're seeing on the screen today is not going to be the best representation, because it is blown up a little bit. It is coming through a stream. Then it's going to be compressed and it's going to look a little worse. But again, this game is speaking all the right things for me, hitting all the right notes for me, all the over-the-top combat, fantasy that I'm into. It's right up my language. But again, I feel like this is another example of this playing games that you're thoroughly invested in, and being able to look at something and decide whether or not it's for you. You shouldn't have to come up with reasons why you should be forced to, why you need to play it, right? You're seeing the game is displaying itself in front of you. You got a demo. Is it still for you or not? I don't need a demo to decide that for me. So, Pong, with everything that I mentioned here, I don't know if you heard the entire thing.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, perfect. So I hit multiple different points on that. So how do you feel? Again, you don't have a PS5 currently either.
No,
but you have been interested. Yeah, you are. But I know you have been interested in the aesthetic of Forespoken, because again, we love these high fantasy games, man, over the top, especially when they do things like this really well. And it looks like they're bringing a world together, man. And again, art is art. How do you feel about what you've seen and what you've heard about Forespoken? And do you feel like some people may be just dragging it through the mud just because, or what are you thinking?
I think that I think still we're getting to the point now in this gen where the price points are becoming a factor, right? True. And I think people are becoming more selective on what their perceived value of a game is.
Well,
and
guys, course, welcome to my low life. Why I love multiplayer games.
So I think we are getting to that point where people, because we're in the golden age of gaming, right? Because now we have so much content coming, so many choices out there to where we're going to spend our money and where we're going to spend our time, more importantly, is becoming a factor to a lot of people. So there are going to be games like Forespoken that get dismissed immediately. And that's okay. Again, I'm not here to tell anybody they have to play a game. I'm not, not going to do that. I'm never going to do that whatsoever. If Forespoken doesn't speak to you, like Steel was saying, that's cool. Totally understand it. Not a problem. If you need to listen to others, not a problem. The demo is available, right? Yeah. If you've got the ability to download the demo, and this was a game that was something that you were interested in, don't listen to the people. Go try the demo, right? For me, when I look at this game, it does have a lot of qualities I look forward to. And again, I won't know until I get my hands on it, whether that is at some point on PlayStation, whether it's some point on PC, or whether I wait the 2 years and see if it comes to Xbox. Whatever the case may be, what I'm seeing, I like. Now, some of the complaints that people have, as somebody who enjoys AA games immensely, I don't have a problem that the graphics aren't up to par. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. That doesn't make or break a game for me. I don't look at a game and say, well, it's coming out in 2023, so it's got to look a certain way. No, I would treat this game as a AA game. So I look at this, and what I was more interested in, and what people I did see when people were asked about the combat, people said the combat was enjoyable. Now, I saw some people say, well, you can just spam and get through battles.
No.
Listen, even if that's the case, Steel, if that's the case.
People said that about Batman Arkham, too.
Right. And yes, and there's been some of that. But I don't care. I don't care if it's a spam game. I play Musu Fighters.
That's true.
Okay, Musu Fighters are that's a spam.
That's definition.
All it is. Right. So I don't have a problem with that.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So
thinking about it. Yo, hold on. I just a little quick. Yo, is there a co-op Musu that we could play?
Well, yeah, there's tons of them.
We need to jump into it. I think that would be fucking fun as shit.
Yeah, it would be fun. I was just looking at Samurai Warriors 5 yesterday because it's on sale everywhere.
Really?
Actually, it's on sale everywhere right now. And I looked it up actually on Macari, and I could get a used physical edition for like $20. So I was actually thinking about it.
I haven't played one in a while.
I was thinking about it. That
sounds like a fun time.
Really thinking about it. Yeah, we might have to do that. So for me, that doesn't matter, right? Yeah. When I see what I see on the screen and I see the different spell abilities and the combinations of the spell abilities, and people who actually did play the demo did talk about that there was a lot of cool different things you can do with the spells. That for me is what I'm interested in, right? And if the world is empty, I've played plenty of empty world games. Like I just, again, I don't care. That's the part I love about me personally. As a grazer, I'm not looking at the game like, hey, is this a game I'm going to complete till the end? Is
this game going to change my life?
Yes.
No.
Right. Is this game going to change my life? Or a lot of people, and again, this is fine. I'm not coming down on anybody because this is the way a lot of people are. If I spend my money on this game and I don't finish it, a lot of people feel like that's been a worthless game, or that's not been a worthwhile experience for them.
Right.
That's not how I look at it because I don't finish games. Even games I pay full price for, I don't necessarily finish. And I don't have a problem with that. It's what enjoyment did I get out of it? Where is my level? Did I feel like I got my money's worth? Is different than somebody who says, hey, I've got to finish a game. A game has to make me want to finish it for it to be a worthwhile experience. There is that group out there. I don't judge games that way. So Forespoken still remains on my radar, Steel. It's still going to be something that eventually I would love to jump into and experience. But I would not look at this as with the same eye that some people are like, hey, this has got to be a AAA experience, current gen. Otherwise, I'm not going to enjoy this. That's not how I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at it as a AA. It's a AA experience that has some AAA aspects to it when it comes to the quality that I've seen so far of the spell combat, of the traversal, of the special effects and the details that I've seen in this game through gameplay. That's what I'll be looking at. So yeah, no, Forespoken is definitely going to be divisive. It's going to be one of those games. I imagine it's not going to probably, unless they've done a lot of work, like you said, Steel, you think this is an older build that they gave for the demo.
Could be.
It could be.
That also speaks a lot because it's not a good excuse, right? Because like before, you got demos to really get a test of what the game's going to be like.
Right.
So if that's what you're willing to put, comes from Square Enix again, though, right?
Yep.
So it's like, so where does this sit on the table for you guys? Is this something that is important, or is it something that you're just throwing out there? because I think that's going to become another serious part of the conversation on whether they really care about this game or not. Because it does seem to be tailored toward the Western market.
It seems to try. Yeah, well, it's definitely tailored towards the Western market because the story itself is Western. Right?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
They're trying to bridge that gap with bringing the Eastern style, that Final Fantasy, like you said, 15 combat to a Western story, right? So, which is cool. I don't have a problem. I just think the game probably will come out. It's probably, unless they've done a ton of work, it's going to be meh when it comes to ratings. It's going to be that middle of the road. Some people are going to like it. Some people are not going to like it. And it'll probably wind up on sale quickly, right? Which is a good thing. Again, whether or not you agree to pay full price, that it's neither here nor there. You can wait, right? So I think that's at the end of the day where this game is going to wind up. But I'm still interested in Steel, just like you. And I'm going to be able to live through you, as you get it. And then obviously I'll be able to know, because you and I align a lot in gameplay. Right. I'll know right away from you whether or not it actually does that for you, right? That it gives you that really good Final Fantasy type action experience, right? And I think that's the most important part for me. So.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is something to consider for sure. Like Psycho mentions in the chat, Psycho played it. He didn't like the demo personally. And again, it also comes down to who you are as a gamer. I'm always going to go right back to that. What do you enjoy as a gamer? Does the game speak to you? It might not, but I can go from a High on Life to a Forespoken and see both games as equally as acceptable to one another, right? No, they're not equal to each other per se, but they are equal as far as the value perceived to me, right? Whether I think they're going to be enjoyable experiences or not, especially from what we've seen. I said the same thing about High on Life, that, hey, once we first saw the game, that, hey, I was willing to try it out because it was in Game Pass. And that I've said also from the beginning that, hey, I don't know if this game is going to be for me because I'm not necessarily into that, but I do like comedy. I do like fun. I come from that old page, right? To where my humor is a little bit more, it's definitely a little darker than most people probably is. So it's like, there are certain things that I will definitely like that other people won't. You got to find out what's good for you, right? Gogo also says, and this game is kind of direct competition with Harry Potter. That's another good conversation to have, because Harry Potter.
Did you watch the?
Yes.
Did you watch it?
You
watched it. Okay, so we both watched it. So let's. This is great. Gogo Poe, thank you for the transition. Let's get into this. Let's get into this.
Set it up. Set it up, man.
Let's get into this.
How are you feeling about Hogwarts Legacy, man? Yeah, you're not even a Harry Potter fan.
No. Well, I am. I've read some of the books. I did read some of the books. Of course, I was older when Harry Potter came out, so it didn't have the same impact that it did for the young generation. Although, obviously, plenty of adults. My mom even read Harry Potter. Okay, my mom's not the biggest fantasy fan at all. She read Harry Potter.
Right.
So Harry Potter kind of took that leap and bridged gaps between generations and between just different interests from people. Harry Potter, was one of those experiences that you could pull different things out of it depending on who you were as a person. Like, the Harry Potter does have some levels to it. It's not just a casual fantasy type experience, whether you're reading or watching the movies. There's a lot to it.
Right.
So for me, Harry Potter, obviously my kiddo loved Harry Potter. And so, again, watched all the movies, really enjoyed the movies. Movies are great. Very well done, high quality. Loved every part of it when it came to the movies. But am I into the lore like people are? No, I'm not into the lore like people are.
Right.
So this week we had another dev dive into the world of Harry Potter, of course, in Hogwarts Legacy. And from the beginning, this game has interested me. And this is another one of those games, Steel. This is another one of those games, brother, that every time they show it off, every time that they give us a little peek behind the curtain, a little more, they pull that curtain back just a little bit more, the more I'm getting day one vibes for me, which is saying a lot when it comes to next year. When it comes to my budget, I really want to get into this game. Now, this week, they went into the combat. and they went into the open world experience. And let me tell you something. This team over at WB,
they did their fucking thing.
Bro, this game is, again, we're not going to get into the J.K. Rowling stuff. I think it's nonsense.
That has fucking nothing to do with this shit.
Let me tell you something, Steel.
Come on.
Let me tell you, we're going to have a big conversation when this game comes out about journalism and about their job, because guess what? The rumblings are already starting about how we're going to review this game. Listen to me. If the journalists out here, all these activist journalists out here, think that they're going to take this game and slander it, it's not going to happen on my watch without getting called out. Okay? It's not going to happen when we've got voices out here. And I expect a lot of other podcasters to step up to the plate and call the BS out when it happens, because it's going to happen, folks. I'm telling you right now, you don't need a crystal ball on this one.
No, it's going to happen. Yeah.
The reception at the Game Awards, when they announced that name for most anticipated games coming up, and there was zero applause. Listen, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this. Okay.
It's not fair to the game.
I'm going to save it for when it happens, because it's going to happen next year. Okay. I'm going to save it. But this is going to be a rant on Living Splitscreen and other shows. I can tell you that much right now, because I'm sick and tired of this nonsense. This game, this team that is developing Harry Potter, Hogwarts Legacy, you can tell the passion, the love that they have for this world.
Detail, bro.
The attention to detail in this latest dev, and the first one, the last one that we had prior to this week's, was incredible. Like when they were walking around Hogwarts was ridiculous. Okay. It was utterly ridiculous attention to detail. But then this week we got into the battle systems, and then we got into the actual outside open world experience, flying around on a broom or using your mount to traverse through the world. The attention to detail here, Steel, we are getting to that next level stuff that you and I have talked about, especially you, Steel, that you have preached. It's all the little things, the attention to detail when it comes to character movements, that you would rather have that than ray tracing or resolution, all that kind of stuff. Give me the attention to detail. If every game was 1440p for you, Steel, but they gave you the attention to detail, you'd be happy.
I'd be good. That's all I need. That's all I need. Yeah.
We've talked about this. The animation work, Steel, in the spell casting is what threw me for a loop this time. I sat there and I started watching, and I was at work, so I wasn't 100% fully able to look. But every time I looked over, and then I found myself looking over more, and they went through they've got an arena, which is a part. Now this is where it gets a little iffy. This is a part of your pre-order bonus, okay? To get this DLC. They've got this arena with waves of enemies where you can go practice your magic. Not a big part.
It's dark arts.
It's dark arts. Excuse me. Dark arts. Excuse me. Yes. Thank you for clarifying. The dark arts. But I kept myself looking over, and then I was looking more. And then I got to the point where I was just sitting there watching, and I wasn't even really caring about what spells they were using, obviously, which is another thing. Because I'm not into the lore. I'll get to know them as I play the game, right? But I know people were freaking out over the dark arts being used because supposedly that's the biggest no-no. Listen, folks, it's a game. It's like a game,
it's
bro.
Like Star Wars, right? Where you have the light in the dark.
Yes.
Harry Potter has the same thing.
Yes, correct. And you could choose not to use the dark arts in this game if you don't want to. You can mix. You can do a lot of different things. Anyways, the thing that caught me off guard, Steel, was the animation, the attention to detail when they were casting the spells with the character were second to none, Steel. The little flourishes of actually using the wand and casting the spell and then going into a defensive bubble when an attack was coming, and those little flourishes they had, you don't see in a whole lot of games, right? And then throw in, of course, the special effects that the spells, each spell was unique, different. You could tell that you were using a different spell in a lot of games. Listen, fire spells can all look the same in a lot of games, okay? That kind of stuff. This, you could tell that you were using different ones. The world, again, as they showed off when they first showed off Hogwarts Castle, is crazy good. Then they went into the open world, Steel, and flying around the broom.
Bro.
Let me tell you something, bro. That looked fun as hell, just flying around on the damn broom. And then you got the cloth physics, and you got all these little details with the cloth moving in different directions, and your character adjusting body weight on the broom as you're doing turns and that kind of stuff. Again, this team loves what they do. And then they showed off, and I'm going to get to you still, and that's why I'm kind of breezing through this. And I'll let you get your word in on this. But then they also showed off the mounts. The mounts look freaking amazing.
Bro, there's really, if you guys are watching the live right now, the gameplay I'm playing right now, and they're riding a hippo, like bro.
Yeah. Yes.
Hippogriff.
Looks fantastic. Bro. And then they went into the customization you can do within your space, Steel.
Yo, that.
And listen.
Yo,
you guys are gonna get sick of
to see was that fucking lion-looking monster. That's all I needed. That's all. I'm good.
Yeah, I was gonna get to the zoo part.
Oh, okay.
Right?
We're not even there yet. My fault.
I'm not even to the zoo part. I'm talking about the customization within your room.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Please go on. You're speaking.
Let me listen. Steel loves customization, character customization, which they have in spades in this game. Okay.
Oh my God.
Room customization is just as ridiculous. This is crazy. This is like borderline, like, oh my God, what am I going to do with my room? And I know not everybody's going to care about this, but this is the love that Steel and I are talking about. This is how deep this game is. This is not going to be one of those movie book tie-in games where you go, oh, they half-assed it here. No. They are putting everything they have into this game, but the room customizations, let me tell you something, Steel. Again, we're talking about little flourishes, little details. Mm-hmm. Normally, when you customize a space in a video game, right? You go into your menu selection, right? And we're talking about city builders. We're talking about anything. You go in there, you pick out, hey, I want to put a bench over here, or I want to put we'll use table. I want to put a table over here. You pick out the table. All of a sudden, it's static on your screen. You move it around, you adjust it, you set it, and it just solidifies, right? That's you set it. In this, it actually is within Harry Potter-like lore fashion where it casts a spell and this thing appears out of like the swirl mechanic and then it shows up onto the screen.
Like it came out from a different dimension. Not only that, it's not a flat object either. It's also an animated object that is coming out of this whatever. Yeah. And
this portal type thing. Yes. That's how God listen. And then they take us outside. They take us outside, Steel, and all of a sudden, now we've got pet mechanics. Now you can rescue all different types of animals and have this rescue farm. And these animals are going to provide you resources. And you can pet the animals. You got to keep them healthy. You can play with the animals, all of that stuff. And again, some people are like, whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, I love this. Yeah. I love this, right? It is so freaking, it's just so phenomenal, Steel, what this team has done. And again, from what I'm seeing on the screen, again, we won't know until the game's in our hands. But from what I'm seeing is this game is going to be deep. This game is going to be long. There is going to be a lot to do. Sure, Ubisoft style. They talked about that in the open world. You're going to have
some of it. Objectives. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. The fact that they have not only inside Hogwarts, but a whole world imagined outside of Hogwarts as well. The customization, the fact that I can go dark, the fact that I can go full Slytherin and be a dark using freaking Harry Potter wizard, dark arts. You know that's speaking to me, Steel. That's totally speaking to me. Saw some articles go up right away, Steel. Oh, you're going to be able to kill and torture people in Harry Potter. Listen.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, they started that.
Oh, wow.
Already.
It's going to be deep. It's going to be like that.
Yes.
Which they can do. Yes. Again, this story is what the story that they're telling in here is, in the chat was talking about it, is 100 years before Harry Potter existed. So you have a ton of content that you can play with.
Yes.
You have the IP at your leisure. And I know a lot of people, again, you guys won't expect this, and I know the movies portrayed it a little bit differently, but Harry Potter is not a go-lucky, cheery book. Or IP. No, that shit gets dark as hell.
Yes.
In the books are extremely dark in some ways and in some facets, especially when it pertains to dark arts. That's why I like using the comparison of comparing Harry Potter to Star Wars, where they have that light and dark, or like you have in this, the same way that you have in this. It's almost the exact same thing, where people are playing with the differences. Some people do fall into the nuances of the dark arts, where other people are like, then we can't be doing that. So there is so much that's going care, effort, detail, like you mentioned, that I like to see. Just the Conjuring portion that who mentioned that in the chat, where they're conjuring furniture. Shout out to Sly Crow. He got it. That's exactly what conjuring furniture. I didn't think that such a small detail would be so fascinating to me, but because of the way that it happens, I'm gonna get caught up in that. I'm gonna be like, it's gonna start off with that, and then it's gonna be, okay, I gotta move this around, and I gotta conjure this stuff up, and then I gotta do this, and then everything has a life to it. The world feels alive. You know what I mean? That's the attention to detail that I'm talking about, where instead of the ray tracing and 4K and all, that is what you need. Because now when you're playing, you're doing these things, you're getting the full experience of what you're supposed to feel. And that's supposed to feel like you are part of this world, especially with the character customization. Look, there's a lot of things in this game they didn't have to go in so much in depth into. The character creator is one of those. They could have made it super basic. In a lot of ways, it is basic, but there is a ton of variety to express your character, right? There's options. And the same thing looks like it's going to be as far as when you're in the school and when you're outside of the school. Like, sure, you might spend some time, and again, I think some people are expecting for it to be maybe a little bit boring inside the school because you're doing classes and everything else, and it just depends on how you are, what kind of experience that you're looking for. Because it could be a lot of that, you learning stuff and talking to people, building up relationships. Who knows how much of an impact you're going to have on this story? Is there going to be branching paths? Is everybody's experience going to be different? We don't know any of those things yet. We are just seeing gameplay. And just from what we've seen out of gameplay, especially when everything that they've shown up to this point a couple of days ago was inside the school, and then that looked massive. And then you go outside and it's fucking like huge. Literally, it looks like, especially when he was in that we'll call it a petting zoo area. Yeah. It looked like you could summon your hippogriff or whatever mount right there and take off and go do a mission.
Yeah.
Full open world.
Wide open.
Fully open world game, leave, come back. If that's the way that it truly is, again, is the way that they're pitching it, it could be displayed differently. If that's the way that it is, that's something to be excited. Because that's different for open world games. They don't have that attention to detail. The other thing about the combat mechanics, right? There were some things in here that reminded me of Arkham Knight the Arkham series.
100% Steel.
1,000%. Like the fact that you get the flash around your character, whether it be red, yellow, whatever color it is,
warning
to let you know that, like a Spidey sense type of thing, or like Batman, it was just like his senses or whatever. And because there's so much going on, I was like, when I saw that, I was up in the air for joy, because that instantly makes this game 1,000 times more accessible for more people. But it's also, I appreciate that, because if you have a lot going on in your game, you have to put something in people's face for them to acknowledge that, hey, there is other things going on that you need to pay attention to.
And we just saw it in the video. He was able to cast his defensive spell right before the attack, and it was impressive, because all of a sudden I was like, boom. Oh, boom. And that's when I noticed that flash, that warning, like you said, Steel. And I was like, oh, that's what he's seeing. And he's putting up that defense shield right away. God, that was awesome.
And it's also badass, because it's like, you would imagine if you had magical abilities that you would be able to tell if somebody's about to attack you, right? I know that makes sense for like a Spider-Man or a Batman or whatever the case, more or less Batman, Spider-Man for sure. But if you have those types of abilities, you gotta have some kind of aura around you to know when you're going to get attacked. So that's really dope to see that. Again, there were so many little things, or when he used the drank the little potion to turn himself into stone so he could take more damage.
Yeah, stone skin. Stone skin, yeah.
It's little things like that yes, you've seen other places, but seeing that in this game continues to demonstrate that this game is going to be so much more expansive than what I was expecting. And like Yobi mentioned in the chat, this is the game that I wanted when I first opened that Harry Potter. Well, when I first not opened it, finished my first Harry Potter book. This is exactly that game, right? And I wasn't like super excited about the game previously. I was like, yeah, you know, I am a Harry Potter fan. I've read all the books. I can't get past the fourth movie for whatever reason because I get bored. But as a fan of the IP, this recent one did everything that I needed to do. I'm like literally more so day one on this than I've ever had been before. And I know a lot of people want to get it because it's on PlayStation, it has the haptics, and hopefully that is something that's enjoyable for some people, for those people who are interested in that. Or if that is a reason for you to get to buy that version of the game, great. And I want to know how that is, because I do hear people continue to say, as much, although I may feel it's a scam and it's not needed, a lot of people are enjoying the haptic features, right? And getting that experience, especially in certain games. Fahim Scott says it's called Deflecto. I said, you know, I'm a fan. I never said I was a fanboy. So there's a lot of things, but yeah, Gogo says, wow, killing all these wizards so violent. And again, I mean, that's Harry Potter though, man. Dew Reaper says Harry Potter has heavy petting mechanics. No, not heavy.
Yeah, Nick's to your earlier point. Yes, in video games, I always go dark side if there's a choice. Yes, I always take the dark road if there's a choice, for sure. I enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm definitely excited about Harry Potter. I wasn't expecting for this to be as interesting as it is. I thought it was going to be a little bit shortcut, and to see that there has been nothing but love and passion in this.
Yeah, Steel, they just showed off where you could create the loom. You can add the loom to your room and customize your clothing.
Oh, it's all I needed to see.
Like, listen. It's gonna be a freaking like I said, I'm closer and closer to day one on this. I think I'm gonna have to budget this one in, Steel. So it just looks absolutely incredible. Look at them. They just changed the roof I'm doing my Midwestern. I'm not a dog, but anyways. That you could change the complete style of your room to suit your needs. Like, it's just so cool, man. I just can't wait. I'm really into this.
And who said it? Psycho says, I hope there's 1v1 duel matches if they have multiplayer. I think they did confirm there is not going to be multiplayer in this game.
Right.
It is a single player experience. Doesn't mean they can't add DLC at some point to open that
I was
up.
thinking how cool that would be, Steel.
That would be dope.
Watching that combat,
that would be
little
dope.
PvP
People
arena.
going back and forth. That would be dope. Again, Elden Ring was able to add it in. I mean, a lot of people saw spaces for that to happen. Although that has been kind of traditional. Elden Ring 2 has always had that co-op. Souls games had a co-op PvP perspective to it, but I don't know if they're going to incorporate this in this game. A lot from what I remember was them saying that this is going to be a single player focused game, and I can understand why. A lot of the underlying mechanics that I see in this, I can understand why it would be only single player, but again, I don't know. We'll see. They could see opportunity to drop some DLC in the future. Again, there's always an option. Especially in this day and age. Nothing's set in stone. Beam says, get to the fifth movie still. Is Dark Bro finished the fourth movie? It's one of those things to where it's nothing against the movies or whatever, but because I have read the books, I feel like I'm not missing anything. I already know the story. I know how things go. And I already get the perspective, and I'm not much of a movie TV guy anymore. I haven't been for a long time. So it's just like, you know, do I want to spend time watching 2 hours 6 hours or more of Harry Potter movies, or do I want to play the game? 9 times out of 10, I'm probably gonna play the game. But I'm super excited about that. So man, I can't wait for it.
Yeah.
All right. What are we looking at here now?
Ooh, Spider-Man 2, Steel. Quick thoughts.
Ooh, okay.
Spider-Man 2 confirmed.
They did confirm for it to be next year, right?
Fall
all
of
the next year.
They gave us a window, Steel. Official PlayStation blog confirmed it. So, PlayStation does have a game late next year. Once more, it's going to be one of the biggest titles coming out.
Yeah,
from one of their best studios that they have. Thoughts, Steel, on Spider-Man 2 actually confirmed for fall of next year? Does this automatically make PlayStation, no matter what else they have next year? We know that Final Fantasy 16 for sure next year. Forespoken, which we just spoke about. Outside of that, what am I missing? There's one more in there, isn't there? Forespoken, Final Fantasy 16. Yep. Oh. Spider-Man 2. And I think isn't there one more
supposed to come next year.
Factions is supposed to come next year, but again,
I don't see that.
I thought there was one more in there that I'm missing. Chat, if you guys remember, I think there's a fourth in there somewhere that I'm forgetting. But anyway,
Stella Blade.
Oh well, yeah, we got some of the smaller ones. Stella Blade. Yeah. That's some of the smaller stuff.
Directly from them, I think that's really the main ones. Final Fantasy 16, Forespoken. Although that's Square Enix might as well be. And then Spider-Man.
So Spider-Man 2, Insomniac is absolutely insane.
Final Fantasy 7 Remake 2.
Remake 2.
I don't know if that's going to come next year though.
I don't know if that's going to come next year because they just pushed out, didn't they? They were going to release something. I think they just pushed it.
I think they might have. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Hopefully. I'm pretty sure when they do part 2 of Final Fantasy 7 Remake, they may do like a package thing. I hope they do actually, because that would be extremely enticing. Sly Crow Tekken 8 is supposed to be coming out next year. Tekken 8 is actually looking like it's supposed to be, but that's not Sony focused.
That's multi-plat. So I'm just talking about Sony's lineup next year outside of the third-party stuff. So
I don't know.
Spider-Man 2 being confirmed. A lot of people thought that this was going to get delayed. Obviously, it could. I mean, again, we had 11/11/22 for Starfield and it got pushed, right? So the dates don't matter nowadays, but it seems like they are confident still. Let me ask you this from this perspective, because Spider-Man to me was meh. The first one, I never played Miles, obviously. Didn't do it for me. For you being a huge Spider-Man fan, obviously, enjoying the games, obviously. Do you think that Spider-Man 2 is going to push any boundaries within that game itself? Do you think that this confirming that they are going to be able to get it out as good as Insomniac is speaks to a fact that this is going to be a lot of, and again, I'm not making this a slight any way, shape, or form, because games do this all the time. But is this going to be a lot of cut and paste? Is this going to be a lot of the same? Just kind of
like a God of War 2018 to a Ragnarok?
Yeah. What do you think?
Man, I feel like I got a big opinion on this, especially because I recently played Spider-Man 2018 again. But I mean, I played it on PC, so it's a different game now, of course. Right. Max frame rate, better quality, with everything else, and the game feel amazing. Got the mods in there, rocking and rolling. It does feel good. But there is something to say about, I don't feel like I've missed much, right? Because I started playing the DLC, and as much as I like some of those stories and everything, and it was feeling good, I don't necessarily have a reason to keep going. I felt like I've played this game and played it in its totality, especially when I'm playing it on the harder difficulty. It's not as easy. You already have to be versatile and use all the combat mechanics, and because the AI will tear you up. So it's like when you're taking that approach, and I've already have Miles literally, not the character, on the game, and then Miles dropped for PC. I still haven't got it yet. And I'm not necessarily motivated to buy the game, because just because you gave Spider-Man lightning abilities, I had that with the regular Spider-Man too, where I had lightning abilities. It was a power up, and they've kind of used that same thing for Miles Morales. And again, I haven't played the game yet. I know it's different. I know Miles also. I'm not stupid. I'm a Spider-Man fan. I know Miles fights differently from Spider-Man. So Miles is also stronger than Peter Parker is. I know all these things. And there is so much more versatility to Miles versus Spider-Man. But at the end of the day, it's Spider-Man. The best thing about Spider-Man is swinging through the city and fighting people. And those combat mechanics, I don't know how you evolve unless you make it more story, make it more cinematic, make the story more impactful. I know they got Venom involved now, so you do have an opportunity to make it extremely dark. There have been some dark moments in the first Spider-Man, but I don't think they're as dark as what we would need in the second iteration of this game, at least from what I've seen thus far. Now, if they show me a trailer and Venom is biting somebody's head off and it's like to the point, like it should be, I think this second Spider-Man game should be more mature faced. Because again, I think that's what would evolve it forward, right? Where it is more gritty. It's not just, here's just another comic character and we're gonna try to use these same ploys to try to emotionally tie you into the game. And it ends up being the same thing. I would like to see something going from like an Arkham City to an Arkham Knight. But even with that, the biggest difference is the cinematic quality of it. Really. And yes, the combat mechanics were refined and they do feel better, like from going to city to night. But other than that, it just looks better. I wanted this next Spider-Man game, because they are involving more Spider-Men, to be an option for a co-op experience. Because I think that would really flip it on its head. You and a buddy going through the city, taking down baddies together, that would take it in a completely different direction. Because nobody at that point, and if you set the complete differences of how the two characters fight from one another, where they can kind of complement each other in battle and things like that, with certain abilities, I think you have a guaranteed hit on your hands. But they've stated that this is going to be a single player focused game. So that's what makes me think that that's not what's in consideration. And then also hearing that it may be GTA-esque, where you are swapping between, that's not nothing new to me. I didn't really enjoy it in GTA. I would have probably enjoyed GTA better if it was more focused.
Right.
Again, I am a fan of it and I do enjoy it, but from more than I'm hearing from it, unless I see a trailer that really just knocks my socks off, along with some gameplay that really defines to me why it can't just be a God of War 2018 to a Ragnarok. It can't just be that. It can't just be, here's the same thing and, here's a couple extra abilities. Playing these games, I don't know, in chat, let me know, how do you evolve the game more? And Fahim says, that's a completely different game, Steel. I don't think when you add co-op, it makes it a different game. I think it makes it a more of a reason to play it. You got your buddy in there, y'all are talking smack. Let's see who kills more, knocks out more baddies. Y'all take bosses down together. They can throw in stuff in there to make it co-op raids or whatever, where the bosses get together. Maybe they throw in a nemesis system or something to that nature. That would be dope to see in Spider-Man, because the one thing about these superhero games, these enemies never get beaten. They just keep coming back. So why not have a mechanic where, if the enemy, they keep coming back at some point later when you're doing something else, and maybe you get better gear, or maybe you, I don't know, get different suits. There has to be something else there. And Fahim, he says, I think you're over expecting too much. I don't think I'm not expecting anything. What I am expecting is for them to put out a similar game, right, with a more cinematic story. That's what I'm expecting.
It's going to be PlayStation 5 only.
No, I think it's going to be cross-gen.
And they saying PlayStation 5 only right now.
I hope so. If it's going to be PlayStation 5 only, and they truly take advantage of the system,
right,
then they can evolve the game. But there is still something to be said on how much are you willing to evolve the game, and how long has the game been in development. And Did somebody else step in and say, oh, well, we need to put this game on PlayStation 4 also?
Well, we're going to find that out soon.
Because
I think it would be,
how much more can you expand New York? You can give me all the boroughs. You can give me the full city. You can give me more area to travel in, but are you just going to give me more things to collect? Are you going to give me more people on the map? Are you going to make the world feel more alive? Because it doesn't currently.
They could definitely do that, right? That should be the step up.
I don't know.
That should be the step up, Steel, right? With PlayStation, if it remains PlayStation 5 only, and they truly take advantage of that, then they definitely should be able to make they should be able to give the details that you always want in a game, including feeling more lived in as a video game. They should definitely be able to hit those marks. And the question still, as you just pointed out, as I was alluding to when I brought this up, is do they have enough time? Have they had enough time to actually do that?
Right.
And that's my question. Are we at the point that we talked about, Steel, where PlayStation is now having to look at what Microsoft is doing, whether you believe they do that or not? But they have to look at that and say, we've got to get stuff out. We've got to get content out. So did they give Insomniac enough time to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5 to evolve Spider-Man 2? And so when people fire that up for the first time, they go, okay, we're talking current gen Spider-Man now. Like Spider-Man looked great. It was a beautiful game. Details on Spider-Man himself were ridiculous, right? Crazy. But now, we've fully developed a game from ground up for PlayStation 5, and this is now the expectation going forward.
Right.
Because I think that they have to start setting the bar. Insomniac is ridiculous. Again, there is no question one of the best developers in the world, right? Just in terms of what they do in the short time turnarounds that they have. Crazy. The amount of output that studio has had is insane. It's almost second to none when you look at it. But can they actually have that moment where people go, oh, yes, now this is a reason. I didn't have a reason before to say that, PlayStation was starting current gen, but now I have a reason. And again, it's your opinion. Ratchet and Clank, a lot of people feel that was really current gen only, looking, all that good stuff. But now we have this is the start of PlayStation 5. Is this going to be that moment for Spider-Man 2? Because already it's going to be one of the biggest sellers next year.
It is, guaranteed.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Again,
Sony's got that winner for the end of the year, right? They've got it. They've got it in spades. Holiday, it's going to be huge. It's going to be all that for them. But is this going to be the showcase for PlayStation 5? Is this really going to be it, Steel?
I am hoping so, because one trailer, one gameplay piece is going to be enough to determine whether it is worth me buying an entire console for.
Right.
Or if I should just wait for it to come to PC, because it's going to come, regardless if you guys want to face that or not. And for him, he says, so are we doubting Insomniac now?
Oh.
No, there's no doubt about Insomniac. They can put together a great game. But I am doubting superhero games, because you can say that the Arkham trilogy is just similar games. Now, the biggest difference are when you go from Asylum to City. It feels completely different. I don't like the way Asylum played. City felt much better.
Yeah.
Night, I do feel, is a culmination of all of the greatness of what they wanted. But the combat mechanics aren't really any different from the previous game, except the graphics, the characters are more refined, are more in depth, and the world feels a little bit more lived in. Is that the only things that I'm going to get in this game? I don't think that that's enough to evolve the game. Although, again, if you tell a good story, it can work. I just want it to be more than just the cinematic aspect that gets turned up to 20.
Yeah.
I want the entire experience to be turned up to 20. Because I could easily say that playing Miles Morales is similar to playing Spider-Man. If you've played Spider-Man, you've played Spider-Man. Fighting the bad guys, knowing when to dodge, using the different abilities, all similar to each other. They might fight a little bit differently, But the main differences are the cinematics, the enemies, the type of fights that you're having. Is that the only thing? Or are we going to dive deeper in what it is to be Spider-Man? Are we going to dive deeper on what it is to be in that city? And I saw somebody say, oh, well, take him out of New York. You cannot take Spider-Man out of New York. That is his city. He has covered every ground and crevice of that city, unless you start rolling him into, and I don't know if Insomniac's ready for this, especially with them working on Wolverine,
right? Unless
you're going to start working towards Ultimate Spider-Man and getting ready to get rid of who we consider as Spider-Man in your universe. And that's another thing that has to come up. Mm-hmm. How will they end Spider? Because Spider-Man doesn't live forever. At some point, he dies and somebody else takes over, which is why Miles is in that picture. Is that what's going to happen with Venom in the picture? Who knows? There's a lot of things that I would like to see. If I'm just basing it off the comics, there's a lot of undefined things that haven't been touched on. But for those who have played Spider-Man, you should know that they're already going in their own direction and taking the story in a different direction. So it's like, okay, well, what are you really, what is the story you're trying to tell here? And it does seem like it's going to be gritty. And if Wolverine is going to be adult rated, then this next Spider-Man either needs to be right on the cusp of that or adult rated. Or this universe,
they're not going to do that.
Why do you have Wolverine then if you're not going to do that? Because then that tells me you're not going to combine the universes.
Wolverine might go that route, but I don't think Spider-Man.
Because the old Spider-Man game, the old Wolverine game was mature. Right, it was a bloody, gritty game.
It has to be.
It has to be.
If they Wolverine. Screw that up, it's over with.
Right. So for me, it's more so, and again, it's maybe just me being a little bit jaded because I do love Spider-Man. And it's not knocking the gameplay. Again, felt great. It feels great, still feels great. I don't feel as motivated to play Miles right now, or finish the rest of the DLC for Spider-Man 2018 because I do have other games to play, and I have played that game already, and I have that feel. But I don't know. I want to see them evolve it. Co-op was one of the best aspects that I thought they could really evolve it in, and they're not doing that. So I don't know what else they could do. That could change though. Dragonheart Yobi says they both live in New York. Their story takes them places that's not New York, especially dealing with the Avengers and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and etc. But then Yobi, but my thing with that is they haven't established any of that yet. They are way too early in any of their story to start rolling any of that in. And you can't roll any of that in if you're just about to dive into Venom. And Venom is its own whole story on its own, especially if you're going to take Spider-Man 2018 for what it is and the way that they made that story come across with Mr. Dr. Octavius. Because that, I mean, again, he was the main baddie of the game. Spoiler alert, in case you guys didn't know, game came out 2018. Sorry. If they're going to make Venom the main baddie of this game, which they have to, because he doesn't have a change of heart until a little bit after. Some time after. It depends on how they want to take the story, man. And that's what's kind of concerning to me. I don't know. But I am a little biased in that too, because there is a lot of leeway that I'll give because I am a Venom fan. But if they do it right, that's all I need. I don't know. I mean, how else do you feel about that, Paul?
No. And I was just going to add to Fahim's, comment about doubting Insomniac. I don't doubt Insomniac's rock side. Again, you can't get any better than Insomniac when it comes to what they do. Okay, they've established themselves. The track record's there. There's no questioning Insomniac. What I questioned was the turnaround time. What I questioned was, have they had enough time to take another leap forward? If you're cool with just getting the same Spider-Man, just new stories, then that's great. Again, I'm not going to tell you not to enjoy what you enjoy ever. I don't care about that. What I'm saying though is Insomniac, could they have used more time to actually take another leap with Spider-Man 2? Maybe make a single player campaign and then also incorporate co-op, like Steel said. The minute I saw Miles, I was like, damn, Spider-Man in co-op would be pretty cool. right? So if given more time, could they have done that evolution as well? Which, again, talent-wise, of course Insomniac could have. Talent-wise, Insomniac's one of the studios outside of Naughty Dog that could take, and Sony Santa Monica, again, take full advantage of the PlayStation 5. Think about God of War, Ragnarok, that just came out, right? People know for a fact that that wasn't the full capabilities of Sony Santa Monica, that they had to adjust for being a cross-gen title. That PlayStation 4, there are some mechanics within the God of War Ragnarok that wouldn't have had to be there had they had the full use of the PlayStation 5. Again, I think eventually we will see another God of War Ragnarok release again for PlayStation 5 only, the next, the whatever you want to call it. I think they're going to do that to take advantage of the PlayStation 5. My question is, time-wise, if this is a PlayStation 5 only, which right now they are stating that it is PlayStation 5 only game for Spider-Man 2, did Insomniac have enough time to actually delve deep into the PlayStation 5 and pull everything out of that they could have? Could they have used another year?
That's what I want to see.
Could they have used another year to add to that experience like Steel was talking about? Single player, and then also have co-op. Right? Could they have done that? Or is this a matter of PlayStation feeling the pressure? We got to have something. Our best team for that kind of turnaround is Insomniac. Insomniac can do it. So we can get them to get this game done. We'll have Spider-Man 2. It's an instant seller. It's an instant system seller. It's all of everything we need. But we didn't give Insomniac all the time they needed to actually make this game just more and evolve it into something new. And I think that that's the question to be asked here at the end of the day. We already know this is going to be a huge success. We already know it's going to be top quality from Insomniac. We already know all of that. Again, there's no questions about that. But could it have been more had they not had to hit this fall release date is the question.
Yeah, and see, and Tom from Tsunami kind of hits it. He says, I don't think it is another bet. Another late night Sony blog will come out saying it's cross-gen. That's the only thing that you have to consider, because Miles Morales is cross-gen. I mean, I know they try to, all these advancements we made for PS5 is still the same assets that carried over. Like, at the end of the day, like, you still have to look at for what it is. And if they're going to turn around and make another game as soon as this, again, 2018 to this, from Miles Morales to this, you can't ignore that they're probably going to use a lot of the same assets. And if they're going to make the assets 8K all of a sudden? Is that what they're going to do and say it's exclusive to PS5 only? Because again, you're taking a game that was designed for PS4, considering the PS4, and then saying, "Oh, we're not going to make it available for PS4. It's only PS5 because of these reasons." That's disingenuous, also. Like. And I don't think that that's going to make enough of a jump. I don't know.
And that's not a problem, because again, it'll probably be up for Game of the Year. It's going to be a Game of the Year contender, no doubt about it. Again, we already know how this story is going to play out. What I want to see is if Insomniac had the time to work in some new magic to make it, to freshen it up, to give it that PS5 current gen, like, hey, this is the showcase. This is a showpiece for this. Right. Again, Had Naughty Dog not had to worry about PlayStation 4 for The Last of Us 2,
I think that game would be way. I think
where could that quality have been? It already looks gorgeous. Yeah, again, there's no denying it. Crazy. But what else could these teams be doing? So that's what I want to see with this game, or if we're going to have to wait yet again to see what really can be pulled out of the PlayStation 5 from some of these masters. And again, I have zero problem calling Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and Sony Santa Monica some of the best studios in the entire world. What could they really do without the handcuffs or without that last gen looming over them? I want to see if Spider-Man 2 is that game going forward. And we're going to find out. So
it should be, because I think
it's interesting.
They've considered it as one of those games. And again, you kind of see it now where games are. We're coming out with more publishers that are willing to push off older versions to put out a current version of the game. Warhammer did it. They said, hey, here's the PC version. Xbox will get it when it's ready. January, February, who knows? Nobody knows, but
nobody knows because Fat Shark's being quiet.
And there's another game that did the same thing. So
yeah, no, there's lots of side note too. If you guys didn't hear, we're not going to talk about it because it's obvious, but it has been confirmed that Naughty Dog is working on Last of Us 3. So shockingly,
hey guys, okay, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone because I'm just gonna go on a rant about factions and why that's still not here. Although it was promised with the game.
Coming. It's coming.
Yeah, the people think it's coming next year, and I don't think it's coming next year.
I'm on that boat. You're gonna see it.
I really hope it is.
Games as a service, buddy. Game as a service. They can put it out and evolve it.
You better show me the power of the PS5 with that, then. God damn it. I swear to Moses. I'm telling you, man, it's frustrating. You want to know one thing that's frustrating? Having something promised, something that you're excited for, to be ripped out of the second game, and for there no information but a picture to be shown to you. And again, you can be quiet all you want, but your first game didn't hold community as well as you think it did. And you making it more live service isn't going to all of a sudden bring all these other people into it. Hopefully you got good mechanics. I'm excited, but Lord. All right.
Gogo Post says, I played more Avengers than Spider-Man or Miles Morales combined. Spider-Man and Miles Morales combined. Does that mean anything?
You know, in Gogo, I low-key don't blame you because Avengers does have a lot of variety in it. Has a lot more variety in it than Spider-Man does at some moments, for sure. I mean, again, nothing to take away from. I love the game. It's an amazing game, and I love the main story of the game. I cannot wait to see what they do with my favorite character in Venom, especially changing the story up. Yeah. It's going to be an exciting time, and it's only going to take one trailer, one piece of gameplay for me to say I'm day one or not. That's all it's going to take. But it's also going to take one of those things to tell me I can wait. Because I am more so focused about playing factions than I am before. Because previously, I got my PS4 for Spider-Man 2018. Touched on I didn't get it for that. I got it for Gundam Breakers 3. I've told that story here before. But I got it mainly to play Gundam Breakers 3. Then I played Spider-Man, and I played God of War, 4 hours of it, because it didn't draw me in more than that. But again, that was the reason. Wasn't none of the first party IP. I don't know. That's, again, splitting. You starting to talk my language. Will you be able to play as Venom?
Right.
Okay. Wow. How are they going to involve the symbiote aspect of it? Because that is alien-esque, right? Well, not even esque. It is alien.
It is alien.
Are you going to fully take advantage of that, the creepy nature of that? Again, Venom is a perfect that's what I love about Venom so much, because yes, at some point he does play that line between good and evil like Deadpool does, but he is especially when we first get introduced to him, he is a very dark and gritty and a character that has a lot of depth, especially when you start pulling back the layers. You look at the character that's underneath Eddie. It. In this case, it's not Eddie, so it's like, and Tim the Sorcerer, like Prototype, exactly. They have the anti-hero blueprint. Exactly, that's exactly it. But I don't know how much of that they're willing to jump into for the sake of sales. Right?
How many Venoms have there been?
Who that I know of? There was the one we got with Toby, and then which was in Spider-Man 3, which he was okay. He was skinnier though. The actor was kind of whatever. And then we now have Tom Hardy, who I think is actually good as Venom. But I do think Sony kind of missed out their opportunity to take advantage of that more, because they tried to make it more of a comedy relief movie than, I mean, and again, Venom has that potential in them too, but they lean that way too much. But yeah, I mean, so far as I know, we've only had 2. And then game-wise, I know we've had different ones in games and everything throughout the Spider-Man games. So, and those have always been more movie focused, or I know everybody goes back to Spider-Man, the Ultimate Spider-Man game, or the Spider-Verse game, or whatever that game is. I can't remember. I didn't play either one of those. No, Fahim, and let's be honest, Spider-Man 2018 isn't for little kids either. Especially when you start talking to Black Cat and stuff like there's a lot of sexual like again, but there's a lot that just teeters one line or the other, and we are also in a society now where it seems like people are scared to fully bring certain aspects of characters to life. For example, like the Punisher. There's a lot of people who don't like that movie because it's too dark and gritty, even though John Berthold fucking rocked that role.
Blade.
Blade is another one where we're apparently going to get a PG-13 Blade.
We better not.
Which is, oh my God. That is going to be the death of, that's going to be that's the death of Blade, bro. Like, Blade is not a for kids character. And it can be.
Shouldn't be.
I grew up with characters that weren't for kids.
Right.
But I loved them.
Right.
I don't know. That's kind of my aspect.
But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. So the reason why I asked about Venom, because Midnight Suns, it's Eddie. So
and Midnight Suns is Eddie? Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as that, I only know of two different people that I think ended up being Venom. It was Eddie and some other character, another dude that was in school with Spider-Man that I can recall. Eddie is always going to be the most memorable one to me.
Yeah.
But this time it's somebody different. For those who don't know, the only thing I'll say is Peter's best friend, which is like, okay, that's never, I don't remember that ever being the case. But the way that they made the story, though, it's like, you also don't get the Green Goblin in this. That's the other thing. So are you going to bring the Green Goblin in now? Because one of the characters isn't the Green Goblin. I never gets made to seem like he's going to be, which is another one of Spider-Man's main characters, main villains.
Yep.
And then also Hobgoblin, which is one of the main characters' sons, which now the son is somebody different. So it's like, well, okay, what are we doing? It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out again. I gave a little bit of spoilers about Spider-Man earlier, but I do try to be as careful as possible because the end of the game is, I mean, again, as much as we know that Venom is going to be there is other things that I don't want to give away for those who aren't familiar because that is one of the best parts of the game where that turn, I wasn't expecting it. So, and Fahim, I did see that, but again, it doesn't tell you that that's the direction that they are going to go, especially when you see what he did with what he's doing with his son and how they're introducing Venom into the universe. How is that going to work? I don't know. Insomniac is trying to do something. Insomniac is doing something different, and it is a clue. But is that truly what they're going to do, or is Venom involved with that also somehow? I don't know. We'll see. And that's what I'm interested in. But that's why I'm talking about the way that I am too, because it gets me super excited because I am excited for the next entry. But I want to see it evolve.
That's why I brought it up. I knew you would have a lot to say about it because again, I love because you have that extra take because you've been so involved with the comics, where I haven't been for so long. I love getting these conversations going because I know you have a completely different perspective than I do because you understand the lore and you understand what they could do with a story, where they could take it, all the things that you personally would like to see. So great conversation, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, man, I appreciate that. I didn't expect to go out there like that. But again, it is definitely something to talk about. I haven't sat down and been like, hey, let's have a spoiler cast about Spider-Man at any point. And it's not like I sit here and listen to people break it down. Maybe I should is give some more of an outside perspective than what I think on it. But it's crazy how it's going to be used. Fahim says, how do you know he didn't use the devil's breath on himself in a small sample? Again, those clues are definitely there. That's what makes it interesting. Like, is that the way that they're going to take it? And if that's the case, Venom and the Goblin are not favorite characters they're not best friends, bro. Like, and to believe that he's doing all this in the best interest of his son is not the case. So it's like, and the fact that they're even introducing Venom the way that they're trying to, it's like, okay, even that's different. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Dragonheart Yobi says, still, I forgot which Spider-Man comic it was, but man, Peter beat the dog shit out of the Kingpin. Damn near took his life. It was way left, and I love it. Exactly, man, bro. Like, there's such a darkness. Again, I love because Spider-Man did have a lot of similarities to your Batman back in the day, right? Where they both had these underlying issues. Peter's uncle died, and May dies, ends up dying too. And then Bruce's parents die, and Spider-Man's broke technically. Bruce got money, and the way that they approach crime fighting, and the way that they work through different things. Fucking Spider-Man's went through a lot of trial and error to be where he's at. Anyway,
yeah, it's crazy, Steel, because it brings up a lot of conversations. And Tim, you are correct. We're gonna have to take out a second mortgage to pay for the games next year. That's no doubt, man. I'm looking,
bro.
But it does bring up a lot of conversations because these mediums have now matured and the audiences have matured. Yes. I've always said this, Steel.
Yes,
it's going to take a courageous person. It's going to take a courageous owner of an IP. We've seen it. We've seen characters be created that are adult-only characters, right? That are straight up. Spawn is an adult-only comic book that was created,
has
right?
to be mature.
But I would love to see it. And my point has always been, of course, with my favorite franchise being Star Wars, that at this point, the audiences are big enough. Yes, you could still have the kid-friendly versions, but you can break off and have adult stories now be talked about because you have these huge portions of the adult population that do love this IP. You can take these IP dark and say, listen, we've got a mature version and we've still got our kid-friendly version. I'd love to see Disney do that with Star Wars, create adult-only stories that do delve into the dark side, that do look at that part of it that's always been there, that we understand is there. Again, the scene with Anakin walking into the younglings, we all know what happened there.
Yeah,
like you don't show it, but we all know what happened there.
Yeah.
But the fact is that you could tell those stories because you now have people who grew up as kids that are now adults. We're a big portion of your fan base that would support those types of movies and TV shows that were like, hey, put the kids to bed. We got the adult Star Wars coming on now, right? This is, I think they could do it. And I'd love to see them do it because there's interesting stories to be told in that manner that we don't get to explore right now because the studios are scared to do it. And that's the problem I have.
Again, Trade, I want to see a lot more people tread that those waves of light and dark, more yin and yang, because there's a lot of that missing in today's society, man. Kids don't understand it. They don't understand that there has to be good with evil, that there has to be that light in the dark, there is right from wrong, and everybody's trying to walk that medium line. And I don't mean for the conversation to get all deep and sentimental all of a sudden, but it's a reality of it. Again, gaming, as much as people consider it as a hobby and enthusiasm, is something that only a certain amount of people do. I do think it is, again, it's the number one form of entertainment, but I do think it does draw closer lines to reality than a lot of people give it credit for. And I know some people, and I know there is a majority, I'm not going to say majority, there is a good amount of people that use it as an escape from their reality. But if used correctly and enjoyed the way that it should be, and again, there's always going to have that option. I could be outside working on my car all day. There's always going to be other things that you could be doing. But if that's the way that you look at life, how are you excited about anything? I don't get that perspective. So that's why I choose to take the perspective that I look at it. I love gaming. I love the industry. I love the art. This is just like those paintings that people go to museums for. If they had a museum for gaming, and which they do, but if there was more of that where directors and the creative designers and more the devs got more recognition that they deserve, I think we would have the potential to open such a healthier industry for so many more people and across the board for like gamers overall, that it would just evolve gaming into a different hemisphere that I don't think we've seen yet. Which is where I want to get to, man. I know it sounds kind of Ready Player One-ish, Not so much where the corporation is controlling everything, although Microsoft thinks not Microsoft, but the people think that's what Microsoft is trying to do. I think it's going to be bigger than that, but
I knew you guys were all going to run with the porn aspect. Listen, there's already Star Wars. There's already Star Wars porn out there if you want to fight it.
Porn,
hey, that was a stat thrown out today. That was a stat thrown out this week, Steel.
I seen that.
PlayStation owners are the biggest users of Pornhub when it comes to gaming consoles, right?
Oh my God.
And then they broke down the list of most searched results, Steel. Brother, like third on the list was Genshin Impact Slime. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I mean, it's just like tentacles, right?
But what are we doing? Third out of all the Genshin Impact waifus that are out there, you gonna go with slime?
I guess it could turn to different things. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't have the answers, Pong.
I'm worried about the PlayStation fan base right now.
I mean, hey, when you were more Eastern focused, I mean,
yeah.
They don't shame on sexuality the same way we do.
Well, they do.
I mean, certain things.
Certain things.
They're also more open with it in a lot of ways, and then also try to refine other. I don't know, whatever. Like them replacing red blood with white. Yes. That doesn't make it any better. That looks not okay. So instead of blood, it's cum everywhere. Oh, okay. That's the way that it looks, because there's some of that censorship. That's what they do. Instead of red blood, it's white. Like, why does that make sense?
What are we doing? Like, exactly. Dragonheart. Yes, Muppet. I'm sure that's already been done. Where the Jedi opens his cloak and shows his lightsaber. Man. I'm sure that's happening.
That's the best type, man. Again, whether you guys accept it or not, or whether people want to think about it, sex runs the industry, bro. Like, sex runs the internet, honestly. As long as we have the internet, sex is always going to sell. It's easier than ever before. People love...
Even before the internet.
The internet. So it's like, what do you think? Yeah. I mean...
Now people just create whatever they want, man. Hey, and there's something for everything.
Hey,
literally, if you've thought about it, it's been made.
That's
where it's at.
And even if it hasn't, you should try. No. Anyway, this is neither here or there.
And Solo.
Oh God.
It writes itself.
It does. It does. A lot of it writes itself.
All right, we're not going to turn this show into that.
I'm going to show you my Millennium Falcon. All we need is the bot to come through now. Right. Princess Leia, you stupid. You are fucking stupid, psycho. Pleasing slave Leia. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yo. Okay, we're going left here. Guys. Yeah. All right.
Hey, Jabba and Leia would be an interesting couple. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's do that.
Yo, Pong, I think you might have started something for somebody. They're going to look that up right now.
Yeah. It's already been done, guaranteed. Go.
All right, Pong. We didn't talk about it last week, man. So
yeah, let's get into it.
I think this is going to be the perfect opportunity to go ahead and jump into it knee deep, quicksand, just get in there, shoulder deep, and see what we can pull out of this. And again, we are going to take a educated consumer perspective on this. ECP, we're not lawyers, and I feel like it's weird when people have to try to, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to speak on it from this perspective. Again, I'm a gamer. I'm invested in the industry. I do think what's happening is extremely interesting because it does paint a bigger picture. As much as people want to make it seem like, oh, these guys are doing this because they got this money and they're just trying to throw their weight around, and I think the picture's a little bit deeper than that, painted with a little bit of a thinner brush, with a lot more finer details, but not everybody might. So I think, and correct me if this is not a good place to start it at. I was going to start with one of the things that Tom Warren posted, where the CMA has published a response to the Microsoft Activision merger from an unknown market participant.
Yeah, that's a good place. And again, of course, everywhere we're diving into the FTC, the ABK, obviously being the deal, the FTC moving to be blocked, as I think everybody in our chat is aware and all of our listeners are aware of at this point. If you're listening to these shows, guaranteed you probably know about this, but that's where we're headed here. We're not going to go all the way back to the beginning of next week. I think most of that has been covered by many, many people. And again, if you want the deep dive from an attorney, please go check out Hogue Law. He knows what's the deal is, and he can explain it in very easy to digest terms for all of us just gamers. And so go check out Hogue whenever you get a chance. Again, he's up to like video number 70 something or 70 now or something like that. Crazy on this deal. So, but go ahead and continue. We'll start from there, Steel. So the CMA posted a response, which was a part of their inquiry from an unnamed participant in the industry outside of Sony. Obviously, we know Sony's words on this deal. This is from somebody else's perspective. We believe it's got to be one of the big publishers, whether Take-Two, EA, Ubisoft, one of those big players. This is probably from one of them. So go ahead, Steel.
All right. So it goes on to say that, let me see if I can pull it up like this. Okay. So they talk about this on the CMA to protect consumers. Sorry. The deal is for the CMA to protect consumers and not to preserve the status quo of competitors. Again, I think that should be common sense for a lot of people. That's how I'm looking at the deal. But the word in the street right now is that this does harm consumers because Microsoft is going to buy the entire industry. If this is okay, then they're going to turn around and buy EA, and they're going to turn around and buy Ubisoft, and they're going to turn around and buy everything else. And if everybody can just buy their way through it, then what's the point? Microsoft can't grow their stuff, so they're still going to be a bad company. But anyway, that's one side of the puzzle. But on this side of the puzzle, given the CMA's role in championing consumer benefits, it should use the transaction as an opportunity towards facilitating the transition towards cloud gaming, which is where the future of video games is headed to. The CMA should ensure it's focused on seeking the best outcome for consumers and not act as an independent impediment, to greater choice, nor the furtherment of innovation in developing markets such as cloud gaming. We feel that the direction of travel is inevitable. Therefore, the CMA should be at the forefront of this development to help set the agenda in a pro-consumer manner and not be any impediment to positive developments in this space, which ultimately provide greater choice. So, I mean, from what I'm gathering out of this one, again, this is just them stating, hey, we're trying to make sure that this is going to benefit the consumer. Again, Microsoft has proven a lot of those points that it would, but again, it could be some greed seen in that. But either way, B goes on to say, while concerns have been raised, and Sony in particular, ultimately the CMA's priority is in protecting consumers and not to preserve the status quo of competitors. This industry is far from static and one that frequently has new entrants that have the ability to quickly capture market share, such as had happened with Fortnite. It is understandable that Sony is seeking to maintain its position, given it has invested a lot of capital, time, and energy towards creating this. Now, this is funny because this is always the main point that I come to. Sony, as many people try to say they've homegrown and blown everything up, Sony, for as old and as well groomed as they should be within this industry, have allowed Microsoft to come in and make their own space. You allowed it to happen. The PlayStation 3 in comparative with the Xbox 360 was a failed generation by all consideration for Sony. Because they let the competitor, their direct competitor, and that's the thing that people forget. I know Nintendo is part of the industry. You have to include them there, part of the industry, because it's gaming. But we know what direct competition is. Microsoft and Sony are direct competitors to each other. You allowed your direct competitor to come in and make a name for themselves and have a full space. You also made it known that you wanted to destroy your competitor. That did not happen. So now your competitor has chosen to spend more money in an industry that they feel is growing and they can see success in and have seen success in. So,
Tim, real quick, to be clear. Sorry, I just want to clear this up. Tim, to be clear, these are not the words of the CMA. This was a response that they received to their inquiries when they made inquiries about this deal to other people within the industry. This is one of those responses from an anonymous, again, we don't know who it is, an anonymous participant in the industry. This is not the CMA's words. Just let
yes. But these words are the sentiment of many, except for Sony and the FTC, who is looking into this further and is looking to sue Microsoft or suing Microsoft. So again, the reason why we bring this up is because it is interesting to see other people's perspective and how others see this deal. Because again, you don't need too much logic to understand where the industry is going. And it is hard to make an argument that the competitor who is in third place, who is actually spending money to grow gaming, yes, they're trying to grow their own business too. And I get that. So the deal needs to be looked at. Nobody's ever said that the deal shouldn't be looked at. What I am saying is that the deal does seem to be one-sided, though, as far as what can be had and what can't be had, just because of the amount of money that was spent and what's being put in consideration here. The only game that's been the biggest part of this conversation is Call of Duty, and any of these other games that people can mention, Diablo, StarCraft, whatever other game you want to throw under their umbrella, Spyro, Crash, are non-factors because they have not been a selling point for years. Unless you consider Overwatch, of course. Again, that's still different. And Blizzard has seen success in other sides. Diablo Immortal, again, that's also mobile. Anyway, so they go on to say, however, the landscape is changing given the wide adoption of subscription-based services and cloud-based platforms in other industries. These have reduced the barriers to entry, and such innovation has allowed consumers to have new methods to pay for content, along with having access to a wider range of content without sacrificing quality. This is also very true, and nothing is preventing Sony from doing this exact same thing. Nothing. Sony could do this tomorrow. They cut a deal, spend some money. They could do this. They also have money invested in other areas. They have chosen to also invest in electric cars. They also are invested in insurance. They have other VR. They have chosen to invest. And that was another thing that I heard yesterday too, where, VR needs to be considered as part of first party and everything. Although just because you have to spend $500 for another device, you should still consider as part of their first party, like their first party deal, their first party output. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
We're going that route.
Yes.
Okay.
That Horizon Call of the Mountain is a 8 to 10 hour experience. It is a full experience.
First party exclusive to PlayStation is what they're going with.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Right.
So therefore they got more games coming out. Again, just because you got to spend $500 on another device, Sony's giving you games. So there's that.
Okay.
But anyway, just to bring it really back in a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to give you something to think about. While I bring the rest of these points up. But Microsoft is looking to reduce that barrier, right? Anybody else can reduce the barrier. Google is trying to reduce the barrier. Amazon is trying to reduce the barrier. They have multiple options. Amazon is literally, if Amazon gets it right, Amazon is literally in the perfect position to get gaming to everybody because everybody uses Amazon. Unless you're an Amish, you're using Amazon. Everybody does. They can flip a switch and say, it's part of Amazon Prime. We're going to send a device to your house. Boom. A couple extra bucks a month. Hey, you're good to go. They could. They could do it as a trial and it won't hurt their pockets the same way that Microsoft could do it. But just because Microsoft spent $70 billion doesn't mean that they're trying to all of a sudden destroy the industry. That's the only thing that I don't understand about this perspective, or bring unions or change the workforce, have people look at the how people work within the industry differently, because that's the other thing that's part of this, right? Why not? Who else? Again, you got to keep bringing those points up. Who else if not Microsoft? Especially when Activision Blizzard knocked on Microsoft's door. Hey, well, I'm trying to sell, man. I'm tired of making Call of Duty all the fucking time. It's not doing the greatest. Matter of fact, Warzone 2.0 right now is people are fucking falling off of it. People are not having the greatest time. Even though I think it's the best Warzone it's been in a while. But nonetheless, the majority of Call of Duty players don't like it. They're wanting the old Warzone to come back. Or there's certain changes that they're looking for that ain't happening right now. But one thing I can commend Infinity Ward Ravensoft on them doing, that they also have come out and said, we're not making those changes because that's not how we intend the game style to be. Fair. Stand on your point. I love that shit. I love it. Don't change it. We're not going to bring slot canceling back. That's not part of the gameplay loop. We don't want you to have that early. It's not part of the gameplay loop we intended. Great. But is your player base going to continue to play that game? I don't know. Fortnite blew up bigger than ever again this time around. There's a lot of people flooding to Fortnite again. And they got no build. Fortnite's continuously on the pulse of just what's popular, what's popping. There could be a huge swing in one way if something doesn't change here soon. But anyway, they go on to say increased competition promotes innovation and greater content quality for consumers. We believe Microsoft is seeking to propagate innovation and embrace the move towards subscription services in cloud gaming. It is unsurprising that a technology company can see where the direction of travel is headed. I see people bring that up too, and then they also throw in the equation, oh, well, Microsoft is such a great technology company, such a service company, why can't they make good games? Why can't they release games? But they're so great at technology, huh? By contrast, it seems that Sony may be looking at this transaction through the lens of a hardware company and not with the future development of the industry in mind. I want to add a dramatic pause there because that's exactly what Sony has been. That has been their shtick since they've been popular, since they've been a thing. What is the earliest Sony product you remember, Pong?
Walkman. Of course.
My God, how popular was the fucking Walkman?
Ridiculous.
What do you think that did for Sony? You think they're ever going to be forgotten now at this point? They're a hardware company.
This by the way, every time I hear this response, this is Strauss Zelnick.
Yeah.
This is Strauss Zelnick 100%.
It gotta be the way that it's talking about it.
Yeah. The knowledge that's being dropped right here is Strauss 100%. It's crazy. Go ahead, continue.
Blue Moon said Xbox is dead. They should have never brought out Xbox Live. Dragonheart Yobi says if they do this, they're whatever. Oh my God! But he says if Fortnite adds a first person mode, oh boy, that's going to be cool to see.
Yeah,
they're going to become, if they figure out first person, they're going to be the perfect game for a lot of people. Yep. And again, the future that a lot of people didn't want to see from Fortnite. Again, if they're the ones that are getting it right, can't blame them. I don't agree with it and I don't like it, but it is what it is. By contrast, it seems that Sony may be looking at this transaction through the lens of a hardware company. I want to repeat this one more time because I think it's important, and not with the future development of the industry in mind. Again, when your mentality is killing your competition, oh, we need to be in the living room, you may not be looking at it differently. Now, Microsoft is looking at, you might have wanted to be in the living room. You want to be in everybody's hand. Pause. There is no evidence to suggest that this deal would inhibit Sony or any other rival's ability to compete in the multi-game subscription or cloud gaming markets. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, just because you have a game subscription, you can still buy games. Wow, I didn't know. Hey, just because you have a subscription service like Netflix, there's some of those movies you can buy. But guess what? A majority of them you can't. Damn, I wonder.
This respondent is telling Sony exactly what we've been saying from the beginning. Buck up, Buttercup. Guess what? Times are changing. You got to change too.
And it's not
and there's
just
nothing
about
stopping you.
And it's not just about $70 billion being spent. It's about, again, Sony saw the vision earlier. Everybody mentions this. They bought Gaikai. So obviously they saw it early. And they talk about this industry all the time. And if you know anything about business, you know that deals happen or conversations happen years in advance for a direction that they want to go.
They chose to ignore it.
Point blank, period. If you want to accept that as a reality or not, that's completely up to you. Go on. The barriers to entry are low. The market is extraordinarily dynamic, and new competition can arise through innovation and original content, all of which would be positive for consumers. We've had people actually come out and say, because of Game Pass, we were able to make certain types of games. Because of Game Pass, we saw more engagement in our certain types of games and feel that we can now support this game because of what we have seen out of Game Pass. I am not saying that Game Pass, I'll say it right here and I'll stop here and I'll go into this last statement. I'll pass it off to Pong. I am in no way, shape, or form going to sit here and tell you that Game Pass is the answer to the future. I don't know if it is. I don't think that it is. I think it's a good option right now. Ownership is still a huge question. There are a lot of games that I have now that are like, maybe I won't have these games in 10 years. There is one side that kind of makes sure that I have those, and there's another side that has invested more into it to make sure you have that availability. But I do care about the future of gaming overall. And what's going to happen and what's going to benefit us the most is bringing more people into the ecosystem, showing more people games, no matter what ilk they come from. Because when that happens, we in turn, because that's how economy works, that's how sales works. We in turn see the benefit. Us at the 10%, 15%. Of the gaming enthusiasts, we'll see the benefit. We'll get the Soul Reaver we want. You'll get all the games that you could imagine that you could have wanted can now be made. It can also be made because, one, we got better technology. Two, we got devs that are in love with the industry again, more creative than ever before. Families are taken care of. Paychecks are looking good. They're living good. They're being acknowledged. It's being treated like art. And then three, everybody gets what they want in turn. How I look at it. Ultimately, the CMA should continue its focused work in protecting consumers and not be dissuaded from facilitating the adoption towards subscription and cloud-based platforms. In lieu of persevering the status quo the market leaders have sought to maintain. This transaction will accelerate the transition towards these options and increase the competition that comes with it, which will likely stimulate innovation and the production of quality content for consumers. With this all being said, Pong, with me also adding my 2 cents in there, and again, I want to end my section with saying, this is just me taking the educated consumer perspective, ECP, ladies and gentlemen. Just like we take that RTS view, Pong. What are these statements telling you? I know this is coming from an unknown source, but there's a lot of others who also fall into the same sentiment, and there are only a few who may disagree with a lot of these points being made. Although it may not be obvious, it's just a perspective. So what do you think?
The big question here, Steel, is why did the CMA choose to release this statement? Why did the CMA, after all the talk, right? And we know we covered the CMA stuff when it first dropped, and all their fun little tweets with emojis and their PowerPoint presentation slide pictures that they put up and all that good stuff. The CMA in phase 1 parroting Sony's statements more so than anything. Why now in phase 2, Steel, did they release this statement? Out of all the statements, was this the only one that was like this? Probably not. We've heard that Sony has been basically the main opponent to this entire deal, that everybody else in the industry has pretty much been like, yeah, I mean, for the most part, we don't care.
Right.
This is fine. Was this statement the most concise? Did it wrap up everybody's kind of feelings that they got, all the other all the other statements they got from all the other companies? Did this one kind of wrap it up in a nice bow? Because I think it's great. And again, that's why every time I read it, I just say, this is Strauss. This is take 2.
Yeah, same sentiment. Yeah.
It sounds that way. But why did they release this now, Steele? Is this the CMA starting to set up the stage? Because for anybody who doesn't know, who, again, unless you're paying attention to this, we should have a CMA decision by the end of January. Okay, we should have theirs. EU extended theirs until March, so we should have a CMA actual final kind of decision by the end of January. Did they put this out there to kind of set up their reasoning of why they're going to allow this deal to go through? Right? After all the initial talk, after all the initial pushback, did the CMA in phase 2 kind of refine their arguments and then come to the conclusion that, we don't have a whole lot to block here? Did they put out this statement in kind of favor of Microsoft and Xbox to signal to Sony, we're leaning this way? Maybe behind the scenes, they're getting concessions, consent decrees from Microsoft and Xbox that have put their fears to rest, whereas the FTC is obviously not accepting anything.
Right.
Maybe the CMA is ready to make a deal with Microsoft and Xbox to allow this to proceed forward, this deal to proceed forward. I think that's the big question here. And I think that's the way that my thinking is like, if you're the CMA and you're planning on blocking this deal, why would you put a statement out like this that's in support of it from one of the major players in the industry, right? Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. So this statement really does sum up a lot of the feelings that we as gamers, as podcasters, not just here on Living Splitscreen, but across the board in this community, at least from the people that we swim with, have kind of said from the beginning that Sony really, the CMA initially looked like they were trying to keep Sony number one. That Sony's real main interest here is to get this deal blocked would be the best they could hope for, would be to have this completely blocked, because it would allow the status quo of what this industry has been to continue forward for a new extended period of time. That's what Sony wants. Sony doesn't want to have to adapt according to what Microsoft and Xbox are trying to do. They don't want to have to spend a ton of resources, change their entire business model all in one shot to start moving towards where Microsoft and Xbox are going, and where, obviously, according to this response, a lot of the industry is moving forward and everybody sees it going. Sony doesn't want to have to do that because it's not on their terms, because It's going to cost them a lot. It's probably going to cost them the number one spot in the end, because they don't have that. They don't have the structure internally to do what Microsoft and Xbox are doing. We're not even talking about the money aspect, right? They don't have it because they ignored where the industry was going, because they were highly successful. Again, I don't blame Sony outside of the fact of their decision making led them to this point. But from the standpoint of their bottom dollars and what they created during the PlayStation 4 generation, especially, again, if you're printing money and you found a system that works, of course you're going to hold on to that system for as long as possible. Of course you're going to try to do everything you can do to maintain that. And sometimes you make bad decisions because you're sitting on the throne, because you don't believe Microsoft is going to jump into this full force. You kind of set yourself up for this point. So I don't blame them. And again, I said from the beginning, I don't blame Jim as far as what he has done to try to protect his shareholders and to protect his business, which is PlayStation.
Yeah. Sure.
But what I do blame is Sony's poor decisions leading them to this point where they relied upon third parties to support all the other genres, all the other diversity that they did not have with their first party output.
Right.
That is on them. That is on them. And now at this point, Steel, at this point, as I said on Iron Lords, they have tried to attach an anchor to Microsoft and Xbox's movement towards the future. They are, in fact, right now, in my opinion, holding back this entire industry, trying to hold back this entire industry from moving to the future we all know it's headed towards, which is a digital age, which is subscription services being a major part of it. Like you said, Steele, none of us know for sure if Game Pass is the absolute winner in the end of all this. We don't know that. We can't see the future. But what we can say is that digital purchases have increased to a point now where it is the majority of how people buy things. And that's a product of everybody getting used to Netflix, everybody getting used to Amazon, everybody getting used to be able to have everything at their fingertips without having to go to a brick and mortar store and buy things. Yeah. Everything. If you want to, you can sit in your house and have your groceries delivered to your door today. Back in the day, that was a rich person thing.
A neighbor did
that was up here. I don't know where you all are, but we had a company called Schwann's.
Yep.
Back in the day. Schwann's was huge, but they cost a lot of money. I had a friend who was very well off. His family was very well off. And his mom ordered Schwann's weekly, and they would deliver the groceries in a refrigerator truck to your doorstep.
That is crazy,
right?
Right?
Yeah. That's how it used to be. Now we've gotten to the point where everything has advanced across the world. At least in our, I'm going to speak from the United States, not everywhere, but in the United States, where we can sit in our house and order basically anything to our doorstep. So digital is the future. Whether we like it or we don't like it. Physical will always exist in some form, I believe, at least to a certain point. We may get to the point, but then kind of like LPs coming back, records coming back, right. It's going to be expensive as hell, right? It's going to be very expensive to be a physical owner. I think there will be those people who always do try to keep that alive. But for the most part, for the average consumer, it's going to be all digital. So Sony does not want to see that future happen yet. They don't care about the digital. Like, they're willing to sell their games digital, obviously. Their storefront is fine. Their storefront is just as good as anybody else's is. They're willing to sell those because it's more profit to them.
Exactly.
But what they don't want to see is subscription services take hold. They don't want to see cloud take hold as a way to purchase or play games, right. Because they're not ready for that, Steel, for all the reasons you mentioned, for all the reasons we've talked. So this statement here just kind of sums it all up, that the CMA themselves should not be looking at maintaining the status quo in an industry that is still growing, that an industry that is still extremely dynamic in what's happening. It can change at a moment's notice. A success story can come out of nowhere, left field, like Vampire Survivors, just the latest. Yeah. You can have those success stories. That shows how dynamic this industry is, and that CMA should not be protecting Sony and stagnating that dynamic factor in some ways by not allowing Microsoft to proceed forward with this ABK deal. As Jack Tretton said in his interview that I always bring up, when he talked about this deal, and Jack Tretton was a Sony head of PlayStation at one point. For all of you guys who don't remember, Jack Tretton's been in this industry for a very long time. And he looked at it from the same perspective. And his perspective was that if this deal goes through, it's a good thing. It shows the health of the industry, but it also opens up a gigantic space for 1, 2, 5, 10 developers, publishers to fill, and maybe one of those players all of a sudden become the next Activision Blizzard king. They become the next ABK in the future because that space has been opened up because now ABK is underneath Microsoft's umbrella. So there's always going to be different perspectives. Yeah. And I understand. We've talked about this too, Steel. Sure. Is there a Lord of the Rings type scenario where Microsoft becomes Sauron, right? They're sure, of course, but we do have government agencies that we've all found out now that are in place that should watch for that. Yeah, but is there a way that could happen? Would I want to see that happen? No. But as far as what Microsoft is saying now, that's not what they want either. They don't want that. They've got ulterior motives to be sure.
Oh yeah, like nobody's like,
business.
Let's agree with everything that they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm only agreeing with it because it's working for me right now perfectly. Game Pass, again, you wouldn't see the game on screen right now if it was not for Game Pass. Hey, it is what it is.
Right. And the point too being is, had Sony done this first, had they moved to a Game Pass type subscription, if you believe that I would not be sitting here as a Sony owner right now, you're nuts. Of course I would be. And I'd be praising Sony the same damn way. Yeah, the fact is that Microsoft is the one that's trailblazing. They're the ones trying something new in an industry that has remained the same for a very long time as far as its business model goes. Xbox, for different reasons, they were on the ropes, had to try something new. They failed at the old way. There's no denying that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Xbox was dominating. All of a sudden, they got this great idea to dominate more. No. Yeah. But sometimes out of failure comes some of the biggest progress that you can have. That happens with people in life, and it happens with businesses. And that's exactly what happened with Xbox. And right now, Sony is trying to stamp that down. They're trying to take away all the momentum from Xbox. They're trying to take away the momentum from the industry as a whole. I believe, and again, these are my opinions. I'm not speaking to you as some expert here.
Hey.
But experts get things wrong all the time, folks.
You're just taking the educated consumer perspective.
Yes,
ECP, baby.
ECP right now saying that they are trying to hold back the industry from growing in a new way because they're not in control and they haven't made the rules of that way. Somebody else did. So they're protecting their throne. And they're willing to throw everybody under the bus like Nintendo, like EA, to make sure that doesn't happen. They're willing to sacrifice everybody, Steel, to make sure that they maintain that number one spot.
Right.
And that's my biggest problem with Sony right now. That's what's tarnished my thoughts about Sony right now. That's why I have zero interest in getting a PlayStation 5 now. I had interest, right? But my interest has died off. And once I am able to get a PC to do content creation, I'm going to make sure it's a beefy enough PC to be able to play those PlayStation games on my PC.
Right.
So I don't have, even though I'm not a PC gamer, folks, I hate the idea of it, but that's how tarnished they are to me right now. Because again, Sony used to be the disruptor. They came in and changed the industry when they saw a need to, after Nintendo spurned them and created a jaded Sony. And Sony said, screw you. If you're not going to adapt this technology, we're going to go make our own system that does adapt the technology, which of course was the disc-based system.
And as a hardware company, you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that. And they did that. And they used to be the disruptors, right? Now they're the old heads. Now they're the old guys that don't want anything to change. Now they're the ones holding back people. And that's where I have a problem with them. So I spoke long enough on that. We got more to get into here because we haven't touched on the FTC and kind of the comments surrounding Lena Khan and what they've done. I mean, they've flat out done it. They've showed their cards, right? They showed their cards.
Bring it in.
Okay. So anybody who doesn't know, Lena Khan, obviously head of the FTC. This is all, again, we can have discussions about whether or not the EU and the CMA, how political or not they are. The FTC is completely
of course they
political.
are. Come on, guys.
They are. Again, they are. But these are appointed positions within the FTC right now. Again, I've been very careful on other shows. I've laid into this a little bit, but I'm going to be careful because, again, this is gaming. It's not my fault or Steele's fault or any of our faults that politics decided to slither its way into our favorite hobby, okay? We should not have to deal with politics in gaming, but unfortunately, we have to deal with politics and everything nowadays. So the FTC has appointed positions right now. There are three Democrats to one Republican on there. And so they've got the majority. And this was politically lined up for this decision to be made. They did not allow, Brad Smith spoke about this week, Steele. The FTC and Lena Khan did not allow even Microsoft to come in and discuss consent decrees or discuss what they were willing to do to alleviate the FTC's concerns, and went ahead and made this decision on their own. One big thing to remember is they decided to not go to the federal courts with this to get an injunction. And if you listen to Hogue, if you listen to other experts out there, the reason why they decided to keep this in-house, again, they're having one of their own judges review this case in August, is because they don't have a case and because the federal judges are much more likely to smack this thing down than their own internal judges. Hogue thinks this is so bad that that their reasoning that they put out there, their complaint that they made public, is so incredibly bad that he believes that the internal FTC judge may smack this down eventually. So there's a lot going on here. Also this week as well, I should mention real quick, Steele, we had the AFL-CIO come out, which is one of the world's largest unions, 12.5 million members worldwide, come out in support of this deal on top of the CWA, who was already in Microsoft's board. So now we've got two of the biggest unions in the world coming out in support of this. We heard early on from some of the politicians in the United States, Steele, that this was about the workers. We heard from the FTC that they were going to look at the impact on labor with this deal, even though that's not how the rules are written, how the laws are written. See, again, the FTC is trying to expand their power without going through the usual channels. So, but they made these statements, Steele. Now you've got two of the biggest unions coming out in favor. Microsoft is creating an opening within the tech space, big tech, that hasn't been there for unions to start getting into this industry. This industry has been highly resistant to unions overall. We've seen it time and time again. Microsoft is actually creating an opening. So if this was really about labor, if this was really about people, again, we're seeing the hypocrisy in the FTC's complaint because they don't mention any of that, Steele. They don't talk about the people that are involved here. They don't talk about the devs. They don't talk about all the families that are going to be affected by this deal positively in the end run. That's not what matters here. And again, they didn't even let Microsoft respond. So you see how this is going. Lena Khan now has come out in more articles as well, has made a point behind the scenes to say they're going to take every deal this far because they need to make a statement. Whether they lose or win, they plan on taking everybody this route to try to make statements against big tech and about the acquisitions and how much power big tech has, no matter what it is. So you can see the agenda here, folks. This is straight up an agenda-driven complaint, a block, okay? I also got to mention, Hogue brought this up, there's a Supreme Court case because eventually this could lead to the Supreme Court. That's why when we say this could take years, why Microsoft doesn't want this is the reason why. They could take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court is hearing a case from another company who is wrapped up in the FTC's nonsense right now and has been wrapped up, a much smaller company than Microsoft, much smaller company. But they've been wrapped up in this nonsense with the FTC for over 2 years, awaiting decisions from the FTC. This is supposed to be a speedy process. Well, they got mad enough that they've taken the FTC to court, and they've got it all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is hearing that case now. And what this would allow, and many experts believe the Supreme Court, they're supposed to rule this summer, if the Supreme Court rules in favor of the company, that will allow Microsoft to skip the FTC's process, sue the FTC in federal court, and get this heard much, much faster on their terms. So that could be another big thing coming up here. But overall, I'll end this and I'm going to pass this back to you, Steele, and get your thoughts on this. The FTC's complaint, again, if you want the full breakdown, go watch Hogs. We're going to get the Microsoft statement next week. We should have it. They had a 2-week period, a 10-day period, which ends early this week, I believe, if I'm correct in that, which they got to respond to the complaint in full. We should get that response. I thought we might have it this week, but that didn't happen. So we probably get this week before Christmas. The biggest thing to take away from this is go watch Hoag's video, because he breaks down paragraph by paragraph, line by line, about how terrible this complaint is. Lena Khan and FTC are honestly, literally Steele. This is not just, my feelings on it. Literally trying to erase Nintendo as a part of the equation. They literally are trying to take Nintendo out of this industry by saying that they're not a high performance console. That Nintendo does not compete in the same realm as Sony and Xbox. And the reason why they're trying to do that is because that skews the numbers, of course, when you're looking at percentages. It changes the dynamic. They're literally trying to do that. That's how bad this whole idea is behind this complaint. They don't have anything to stand on here, Steele. Again, you don't have to be an attorney. If you know the basics of the laws that they're trying to go after, all of this is not written down this way. That's why most people, we had an attorney this week come out and do an interview. He's actually an attorney who actually beat the FTC in a case. And he came out and said that, quote, their reasoning is kind of nutty. That was his exact quote. So that's why everybody believes at the end of the day, if Microsoft decides to stay in this fight for the long run, they're going to win. And they're going to get this deal to go through. So all that being said, Steele, I want to get your thoughts. Lena Khan, the political agenda that is obvious here. Again, don't forget, folks, there was a time and period when the Democrats were supposedly union favorites, that they were the ones supporting the laborers. And they were ones for the small people, the little people, Steele. And it was the big bad Republicans who were the ones that were bad, right? So all this that we know now know, we've seen the full complaint, all of that.
Right.
Where are you at with this, Steele? What do you think about the FTC's move to block this and the political, obviously, agenda attached to it, and Microsoft's current responses? I didn't even get into it, but Brad Smith came out and talked again about his vision for this deal and how it was going to help everybody, devs, consumers, going forward into the future.
And who's Brad Smith again? Just so the people know.
Brad Smith is the what is his official position now? He used to be the head of Microsoft's legal team. He is now the CEO of Microsoft something. Is he CEO?
Figures you might know the exact.
Yeah, I can't remember his exact title anymore. But he is the one that's leading this whole deal. Also, Steele, throw this in there. Most people know Microsoft did come out and offer 10-year extensions to not only Sony, and the latest report was that they also offered Sony the ability to get Call of Duty into PlayStation Plus.
Real quick, because the people got to know this, man. Brad Smith is the Microsoft's vice chair and president.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Vice chair and president. Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing that up and clarifying. So they offered a 10-year extension to Sony, along with the opportunity to put it into PlayStation Plus, work out a deal there. And, of course, 10-year deals to Nintendo and Steam to also get Call of Duty. And they were willing, Brad Smith did verify, they were willing to put that in legal documents with legal contractual obligations attached to that. This was not just speaking. We were willing to put this into action. Sony never responded. Nintendo said, great. We heard we heard Uncle Gabe over at Steam say, yeah, it was awesome to receive this deal, but I don't even need this in writing because I already trust Microsoft so much. Which, coming from Gabe, that's saying a lot.
Definitely
that's big. So go ahead, Steele. What are your thoughts overall on this thing?
For me, again, the more that I continue to hear about this deal, the more I continue to feel like it's definitely objective based, man. There has to be something else going on behind the scenes for it to be as big of an issue as it is. I understand that it's a lot of money that is being spent, and the biggest in Microsoft's history, really in the industry's history also. So it needs to be looked at, and I'm not saying that Microsoft should just be able to throw money at anything and it just go through smoothly. Again, there is a process for everything, and there is also a jaded side to everything. And I have to continue to consider everything in all parts because they do tell a grander story. And fortunately or unfortunately, I can only go by documentaries that I've seen behind that I watched in my own time about the business and how the industry works, and to kind of form an opinion because I don't work directly in it. And I'm not sitting at the table with Microsoft or Sony or the CMA or the FTC and saying, hey, guys, what's going on? I would love to be that fly on the wall, but that's not the situation, right? I got to take the educated consumer perspective, ECP. I'm gonna get it real big on a shirt. Because looking at it continuously, it's just, you can do nothing but say that it's agenda driven because there's nothing that could work against it that would say that Microsoft has something that billions of people are all of a sudden going to adopt and is going to make it unsustainable within this industry. Now, I do appreciate the fact that they're pretty much coming out and saying that, hey, gaming is big and it needs to be looked at in that way, and we've got to consider the future. And great, I see what you're doing. And Microsoft could be trying to finesse some other things with cloud and Azure and trying to cut some other deals. And Microsoft is big within the government, and you guys can feel how you want about that. There's just so many things that go into the consideration of this. So when you look at everything and you still see that the only thing that's going to happen that's possibly a negative is that more people are going to have access through the Microsoft platform, and that's a bad thing, although they're putting things everywhere. Again, Microsoft isn't doing the greatest in some ways behind the scene, and not everybody feels comfortable with how their services work. I personally have always had a decent or great experience with Microsoft service. So to me, the ecosystem, whether it be Windows, again, I'm not saying any of these things are perfect. I do a lot of optimization behind the scenes. I have a lot of issues. I told you about a game earlier in the Rocket Blade Point that I can't play on my PC for whatever reason because the Xbox Game Pass app or the Xbox app says, hey, there's a ISCP error and whatever. It doesn't tell you what it is. You look it up, figure some things out, run as administrator, still don't work. Hey, it is what it is. I've got it working before, but I had to troubleshoot. Again, there's so many options and what's possible here. So I guess the only thing that's making me worry, or not worry, but making me tired of the deal overall is the mirror only being faced in one direction, right? Hey, Microsoft, you need to look at yourself. You need to evaluate yourself. Oh, you haven't done these things, and because you've done these other things, we have to consider the wide future for the next 300 years and what you could possibly make happen. Again, I mean, nuclear fusion is apparently possible, ladies and gentlemen. So, and that just became news this week. So, and me and Pong have mentioned quantum computing also being around the computer. You mix the two together, there's a lot of things that could change within the next 10 years that could make Microsoft the key player and everything. I get it. But why also turn around and say that you can go back and look on this deal and make changes or bring things up into question in the future and not treat it like that? Treat it like you need to make an example out of somebody. And this isn't, I don't think from the resources and information that I found that this is a situation you need to make an example of, especially for games. Again, I mean, they're not talking about cutting deals for Azure or any other cloud space or Windows or any other Microsoft services that are behind the scenes. We're talking about games. That's what we're talking about. That's what constantly gets brought back into question. Oh, cloud and games. Okay, well, cloud still hasn't proven anything. You can look back, right? So what is the problem? You want to make an example out of big tech. You want to make an example of an American company trying to expand in an industry where it is in currently third or fourth place, depending on how you feel about them, and trying to determine whether they are holding back innovation. To me personally, and again, I'm willing to hear the argument to this, but I don't see the problem. People always try to, people refer back to, oh, game is expensive. It doesn't have to be. Microsoft is proving it. I'm not saying that they got to be the ones, but they're putting care and effort into it. They don't have to buy Activision Blizzard. They could back out of the deal if they wanted to. They could. And go do other things. They could do what you want them to do, what other people want them to do, maybe not everybody in chat, where you want Microsoft to back out of the deal to go and invest in second and third party deals, to make them exclusive for a couple years, to do the exact same thing that Sony's doing or has done. But even if they do that, at the end of the day, people are going to say, oh, it's because they have money. It's because they're $1 trillion company. They can do that. Oh, that's not okay. Okay, well, my argument to that is always and forever will be, Sony, you are the big brother of the gaming industry. You've allowed Microsoft to step into this position. Whose fault is that? The same way, whose fault that Microsoft doesn't have games right now, first party wise, something to sell you on the console. Whose fault is that? Microsoft's. So whose fault that the industry is being looked at differently? Sony, hello? Somebody's knocking on your door, and it's your competition. And in no way can this deal go on and people also try to remove Nintendo out of the conversation also. That makes no sense. Nintendo is a gaming company. They are part of the conversation. They are the number one in the market. Nintendo, you cannot say it's not part of the market when I have a device. This is mine. You cannot say they are not part of the market when I buy their games. I am 30 years old playing Pokemon. You feel about however you want. I love this game. This game is great.
It's just a kid's toy, Steel. It's just a kid's toy. It's not a high-performance console.
The fuck does that mean?
Whatever the FTC
I might as well say that consoles aren't high performance because you don't have a PC. So are PC games different from console games all of a sudden again? Like, what are we talking about? We've seen more accessibility than we have previously ever seen. PC gamers are getting console games. Console gamers are getting PC games. They're getting mixed and all in between. More people are playing with each other, than ever before. How is these things a bad thing? And that's your argument? What the future can hold? Again, I thought you could look back later if there's a problem. That's the point of this process. So you want a badge of honor. That's what you want to come, right? Mm-hmm. This is not the way to get it. Hopefully you get a Purple Heart at least.
Wants it on a resume, baby.
You going to war with Microsoft is not the thing you want on your resume. Not in this situation per se. Because again, it's going to be up to them whether they want to see it out or not. I believe that they should continue, and because there's no case. What are you saying to me? Sony is ahead of me. Sony has more people in its ecosystem than me. What is the argument? The future? How many times I got to repeat myself, ladies? I'm sorry, but damn. That's the way that I look at it. I know not everybody may look at it that way. Again, that's that educated consumer perspective, that ECP, baby. That's taking the RTS approach, looking back, just drawing myself back and looking at the other places and what other players in this industry are doing. Again, Embracer, we still have no clue, and they got a shit ton of games. I got to give somebody. Somebody's got to sell them. Apple still doesn't even invest in gaming, but is invested to the point where they just make hand over fist because they don't have to put anything else into it. It's just money. People come to Apple. So there's something else to consider. Tencent is continuously going large. Again, Warframe has been better than it's ever been before for people that are into that kind of game. And it's unfortunately or fortunately because of Tencent. They have a lot of investment in the industry. I have a lot of investment in Epic. There's a lot happening behind the scenes we don't understand. There's bigger battles to be fought. Again, what people don't consider also as part of the equation is what also happens behind the scenes is how your information is handled.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you want to understand that or not, it's going to be completely up to you. But we already don't have enough going on in our own country or as the United States that should be happening here, as far as like manufacturing, for an example. Instead of us being greedy, we should have more of that stuff in-house because it would help build our economy. We would be less dependent on something. We would be able to cut better deals. We might even become better, seen better globally. Who knows? I don't know. But these are all questions that kind of come into play when you start thinking about this. And yes, Muppet, perfect point. It suits their narrative. Mm-hmm. In Microsoft, it's easy to pick on Microsoft because, like people say, they are the $1 trillion company. Pick on them. My perspective, though, ECP, I don't see why this deal is a problem. And that's not a fanboy take. I love the industry. I love gaming. I don't see how it's a problem for the industry. That's my overall point.
Yeah, no, great point, Steel. Again, this is big government overstepping its bounds. Again, I didn't choose for politics to enter this, but it has now. Again, elections have consequences. People like to think when they're voting that they're not going to see something happen or even ponder that something's going to happen when they cast that vote.
Right.
But here we are. It's again, and it's not about a side thing. It's about big government overall.
Right.
And this is a problem when it oversteps, and it's overstepping. I read Stephen Totillo's article this week that now the government is questioning all these gaming companies, what they're going to do about toxicity in their game chat. And
how about you control your kids? How about you raise your kids? How about that?
Right.
So they understand how to use the internet.
Why do we need the government as a babysitter?
We don't.
Why? Again,
fucking
the
be
government,
more responsible.
It needs to step in when it needs to step in. I'm not talking about allowing monopolies to happen. I'm not talking about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But when big government does decide to reach out and way out of their lane and come into an industry that is dynamic, that is changing, that is healthy it's ever been. And according to Strauss Zelnick's got another 20 years at least of growth. Why would you step in and try to stifle that? You want to know why? Because it's for personal gain. Lena Khan, my opinion, okay? It's for her personal gain, and it's for political reasons to try to make an example out of Microsoft. You don't make examples of people or businesses when they're not doing something wrong. That actually sets the tone for you and how people look at you. That doesn't do anything. Okay. You make examples out of the people that are doing something wrong. Right now with this deal. And again, this isn't about feel. I've seen this all for the past month, especially Steel. And it's really, again, I've muted most things, but things still come through the filters and I still see things. There's people out here, again, trying to limit who can have conversations, trying to downplay and say, oh, you guys are all just wrapped up in your feelings. You guys aren't actually thinking about this analytically. Listen, I have thought about this analytically. And again, if you know the law, even if you have you don't have to be an attorney. Like I said, you don't have to be an expert in a field to have basic knowledge. You have basic knowledge of the way the laws are written. Microsoft is not in any way, shape, or form right now doing something that is against the law. They are not making an acquisition that is going to put them in the position of a monopoly or even close to one in this industry. They are not doing anything right now that is going to harm the industry in any way, shape, or form. In fact, they're going out of their way beyond what even a company should have to do when making an acquisition to make sure that people who think they're trying to make that a non-issue by offering deals that are well beyond the industry norm right now. So this is not about personal feelings. Again, if it was Sony making this deal and they were acting the way that Microsoft is and offering Microsoft a 10-year deal, which we can question whether or not that would ever happen. But if they were in this boat, I would have the same type of feeling about the FTC stepping in as I do right now. This is nonsense. It's garbage. This can't be allowed to stand, and I hope Microsoft fights this all the way through, because the FTC is actually the one that needs to be made an example of right now. They've lost, I think it's like 4 or 5, 6 cases in a row. That example needs to be set by Microsoft right now. The FTC needs to know that they are out of line here. The government is not above anybody else. In fact, they're supposed to be representative of the voices, us. And right now, they aren't acting in that way. And they need to be taught a lesson as well, because they are way out of line on this one. This is ridiculous. This is nonsense. So again, we're going to see how this plays out. There's a lot to consider. There's Microsoft shareholders to consider too, as well. If they back out of the deal, it's like I can't remember what Hogue said, but it's a smaller price to pay right now. If they wait, that price goes up to obviously the nearly $3 billion penalty fee that they have in place with Activision Blizzard. The shareholders obviously have to approve that to take that loss if they're going to walk away from this deal and move on. Personally, I think from everything that's being said right now, they know they have the strongest case that they could possibly have against the FTC. I think they're in it for the long haul. This ABK deal, I know some people in this community as well. They've been outspoken as far as, I'm sick and tired of this. Microsoft is being held back. In a lot of ways, I do agree. Business is at a standstill right now for Microsoft and Xbox, which does suck, from that standpoint. But there's some people saying you should just walk away, go do something else. This is too important. This deal is the holy grail of acquisitions for Microsoft. What this ABK deal gives them in terms of technology, talent, and accessibility down the road to the mobile market, which is huge. It is the holy grail that they can't walk away from. It means too much, not short term, but long term. It means too much 10, 15, 20 years down the road to where they're planning on going. I think they stay in it for the long haul. And I hope we see a resolution to this prior to next year. As far as late next year, I hope that something does change. EU, CMA are still in play. We still got to get decisions from them. There has been some rumblings that both of them, especially EU, are starting to look at this deal favorably, more favorably than they were prior to that. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes going on. We saw some interesting investments from Microsoft this week as well, investing into the London exchange and providing technology to them. You can say that's completely unrelated. Well, when you're a conspiracy guy like I am, and I've been down rabbit holes and seen things connect that, turn out to be true.
Right.
We talked about that too, Steel. That Microsoft has a lot of plays around the world that they can make, being how big they are and how these governments rely on their software for a lot of stuff. We'll see. We'll see if they're making moves. We'll see if things are changing, things are shifting. But again, this deal is not about Xbox. Sure, as a gamer, of course, it's a great deal for me because I know all those games are going to come to Game Pass. Of course. But outside of that, I'm just looking at this straight from a business standpoint, from a legal standpoint, from all the things that I have basic knowledge in. This deal needs to go through. There's nothing that says this deal shouldn't go through. And no, I'm not in favor of Microsoft going and buying EA, Ubisoft, all these different.
Nobody's saying that's okay.
That's not what I'm about. Take two. I'm not about Microsoft becoming the ultimate Sauron. Okay, that's not what I'm about. I'm not. But this deal right here, it has to go through. It needs to go through. It's good for everybody, devs, everybody. I just think this is going to get done, Steel.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. I do want to throw in some breaking news because I saw this thing earlier and I had no idea, just to kind of lighten it up a bit. I thought it was kind of fake. Now, I did kind of give myself some reassurance, but I don't know. Now, for the live viewers, you're going to be the only ones that can see this, what's going on here. But apparently, there has been leaked gameplay of Assassin's Creed codenamed Jade. I am currently playing the gameplay for you guys in the background for everybody that is watching live.
Wait. This is Jade?
This is Jade. Supposedly.
Yo. So this isn't Mirage that we're getting.
No, this is codename Jade, apparently.
Okay.
Shout out to Jasper for putting it in the gaming group DMs. But this is something I actually woke up to, just scouring through Reddit and everything, and I thought it was fake. Again, I saw somebody posted it, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, I thought it was modded.
Is that the Great Wall of China? Is that what we're looking at?
That's what it looked like. I thought it was modded. Maybe I was like, maybe that's just a mod. Somebody modded Valhalla or something. But yeah, I don't know. And then because you see some of these things that happen, and this looks like a build of the game. Yeah, the characters need to be refined, and
it's very old. I mean,
of course,
it's early build.
Right, this is definitely, but this definitely gives you a concept of what they're trying to go for, and what I'm seeing is extremely enticing. Again, I love that Eastern flair. It depends on how they take advantage of that, but this is really in favor of some of the games that we're getting here on Xbox coming up too, like with Wolong, right? That combat style. We also have there's another one coming out too that I can't remember the name of. But if this is truly it, I think we're in for a good time, especially with Assassin's Creed trying to get back to a little bit of what made them. I know this isn't necessarily going to be that. I know they're going to do Mirage to have that. But I think that this will have some of that in it also. And I like the combat so far.
Are we going to get a Ubisoft takedown for this deal?
Hopefully not. If not, I'll just cut it out. I mean, again, that's why I broke it up the way that I did. So if I got to chop it up, but hey, man,
that's crazy, Steel. That's absolutely insane. I did not even know this was floating around there. It does. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Valhalla and
definitely looks like a mobile game right now.
But at the end of the day, it's crazy that they're that far along already if this is real. So I did not expect them to be this far along, because this does look like considerable gameplay here. They've got missions in place, they've got main characters in place already. That's
true. Good point, Nick. The reason Nick brings up is this a mobile game? Because you can see the touchpad on the left hand side and then the buttons on the right hand side. Yeah, this could be a mobile game. Is Jade a mobile game, or is this going to be a game that has the compatibility for that? Maybe it's set up for touch controls. Could this be something that they're testing? That the next Assassin's Creed is going to come with touch controls also, be available everywhere. But it definitely is very mobile phone-ish from what I could tell here. But again, if this is codename Jade, that's interesting. Hopefully there is going to be more to this. If it is just a mobile game, I think that's interesting also.
Okay, so wait. Wait. We're confusing the two Assassin's Creed because Jade was announced as a mobile game.
Jade wasn't announced as a mobile game?
Yes, we're thinking about the Ninja one.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
That's what we're confusing. I apologize. Okay, so yeah, we got to keep all these Assassin's Creed games in order.
Because they're going to be in tandem, yeah.
It just caught me off guard.
Okay.
Because yes, Jade was the one that was announced as the mobile game, so that makes sense because Jade was. I was thinking, what was the code name for the Ninja one? God dang it!
I gotta find it.
Hold on, yeah, I gotta find it too. Okay, everybody, Assassin's Creed has got so many different versions coming out now. So, what was that one called?
I hate having good air, guys, but I need to come up with what this name is. Please let it did look like Tenchu. Assassin's Creed Japan.
That was the code name. Was that that?
I don't think that was the code name that was showed.
Oh, we're at Red. Red was the code name.
You know what? That sounds about right.
Red was the code name for the Ninja one that's going to go back. So this is the official mobile game. Okay. All right. So we're good.
So we got a correction. Okay, bet. So then perfect. Well, with that being the case, my God, ladies and gentlemen, if that is the case, if that it is considered the mobile game, well, that gives me a little bit of a different perspective on that. That actually opens up a little bit to say that mobile games are definitely starting to have, well, not starting, they've been at this level, but are also showing that they can have similar pedigree. And it does look like it could be a solid mobtle experience for Assassin's Creed. I don't know.
I could see myself hooking up the Kishi for that one, Steel.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of perspective I'm taking on it. If that's going to be the case, now the other thing is it's going to be heavily monetized. Dragonheart Yobi brought up it could be co-op. That would be dope if they did that in a mobile game, co-op Assassin's Creed. Kind of like what we were experienced from Shinigami. Or Origami, excuse me, which we still need to get back into Origami too, also. But yeah, that would be really dope. But no, we were definitely confusing that with Assassin's Creed Red, because that's the one that's actually it's going to be different. That's Ninja.
So they got so just a quick refresher for everybody listening now or listening later, because Assassin's Creed is getting complicated. So we got Assassin's Creed Jade, which is the mobile, which we just saw. Then we got Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is the throwback to the older Assassin's Creed, much more refined experience, smaller experience that is coming out next year for consoles. Okay, so that's Mirage is coming out. Then we've got Red, which is set in feudal Japan, and you're going to be a ninja, not a samurai, but a ninja set in feudal Japan. And then you got Assassin's Creed Hex, which is supposed to be the darkest that Assassin's Creed ever gone, and it is going to occur during the end of the Roman Empire during the initial witch trials, which is
you're dealing with witches and whatnot.
Yes, that's Assassin's Creed Hex. So, okay, now I got it all straight back in my head again because you threw me for a loop there for a second. I was like, "Dang, is this the ninja one already? Wait, what are we doing?" All right, cool.
Then that's gonna be extremely interesting because again, they said with Mirage, they're taking it back to the roots of Assassin's Creed. So it's also going to be interesting to see how Assassin's Creed Red ends up playing out. Because again, taking it back to Ninja. That's exactly that. Right.
They said that was going to be more traditional. That was going to be a bigger experience.
Right. But I think off the heels of Mirage, because they're having those elements in there too, I think it's going to be a bigger experience, but more that Assassin's Creed style that people remember, right? More about the stealth mechanics and everything. Again, you're a ninja, so of course you would figure that that's more of that in play, because you got to take advantage of those mechanics to really consider yourself a ninja, right?
No, I agree. Tim the Sorcerer says still playing Black Flag. I'm behind playing them in the order of release. Yes, you have some work to do, my friend.
Yeah,
yes, you do.
You're gonna be playing for some time.
Because they're just getting bigger and bigger from there on out. So that's for damn sure.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. Let's see where we want to take it from here. I think we got room for one more. There was a conversation going around. Unless you got something else to take a perspective, I did see the real-time gameplay Unreal Engine 5 for Project Ada. I did see that. Again, the more I'm seeing from Unreal 5, the more I am anticipating great things from it. It gets me more excited for what we could potentially see from a Gear 6, for an example. But again, it was more the preview for this was more like a horror based. And I'm just not about the action, man. Especially with how good this is looking. That kind of has me shaking in my boots. I know you guys are super excited about the new Peppa Pig game, World Adventures. That's going to hit your head tops real soon. No, there's no announcement. Well, no, there was an announcement trailer. Excuse me. But if you're excited for Peppa Pig, hey, shout out to all the Peppa Pig fans out there. Let's see. We also had some information about Aura. History Untold. This isn't an RTS game, or is it a?
This is a 4X strategy.
4X
game.
strategy. Yeah, that's okay.
Yep,
I can't. That would be way too much for me.
I can't wait. Listen, Aura is going to be great. It's coming again to Xbox. This is a Microsoft published game. It's going to come to PC. It's going to come to Xbox. It's coming into Game Pass day one. And Aura is going to be a 4X strategy on the line of Civ. And they've got a real chance here because Civ, the latest Civ, did not hit. It's broken on console for sure. I don't know how the PC version is, but the console version is still broken. They did not fix it, which is sad because I love Civ. I haven't picked it up. It's on sale for $9 right now too, still, and I didn't even buy it because of how broken it crashes all the time, supposedly, according to all the reviews. So Aura's got a real chance here to pick up that slack that Civ left here, and it looks to be, it looks to be different because you're going to be able to. It seems like you're going to be able to like kind of alter history and kind of mix and match cultures together to create your own, which is going to be kind of sweet, I think, at the end of the day. But yeah, they're coming out with a new tech test, alpha test coming up here. I think January or somewhere around there. So that's coming up soon. And interestingly enough, Colt brought it up yesterday too on Twitter that he said this is going to be one of the six games that we see from Microsoft first party next year.
Okay.
And then I asked Colt, I said, are you counting in those 6? Are you counting, what did I ask him? Age of Empires Definitive Edition and Age of Empires 4, right? Colt came back and said, no, Age of Empires 2 Definitive is included, but he was also including Minecraft Legends. So this brings up an interesting little thing here too, Steel. So we've got Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition January, right? Then we've got Redfall, okay? Then we've got Starfield, Forza, right? Then we've got Minecraft Legends. That's 5, right?
Yes.
And then we've got...
That's not a game, Paul.
Listen, it is. And again, we're going to go through this conversation next year, Steel. Believe me, there's going to be people that discredit a lot of these. Then we've got Aura, right?
Yes.
Then we got Aura. That's 6. Well, Age of Empires 4 is also coming next year. That's 7. That's 7 first-party titles from Microsoft next year that we are, let's say, above 80% sure are coming. Okay? Overall. Now, anything can happen. We saw what happened with 2022, but that's 7 first-party titles. Now, I was on some shows. I think we talked about it on the Shop podcast a couple months ago, how many first-party titles we thought we were going to wind up with. We've talked about this in other shows too. Everybody was like 4, 5. I said 6 for sure, but I said outside chance at 8 to 10. I think somewhere in that neighborhood. Now we already got 7 here, Steel. So we get one more surprise. That's 8 next year. And there's potential that there could be a secondary surprise that would push it up to 9. Steel, what do you think, brother, next year? And again, we're going to go through the whole process. When people hear these titles, they're going to dismiss Age of Empires. Right. They're going to dismiss Minecraft Legends. They're going to say they don't count, Steel. But I'm here to tell you all they count. Whether they're niche titles, whether they are something you're going to play or not play, just because they're not the typical AAA home runs that you all consider AAA home runs, does not mean that we're not looking at, Steel, a year, potentially 8 to 10 first-party Microsoft titles next year, which is insane for any publisher. What do you think?
I think we're going to be in a heck of a ride, man. And again, as someone that looks and considers games just as games, and not, they need to be one thing or another, we're going to be in a hell of a ride, man. Again, 2023 is setting itself up to be extremely impactful for the gaming industry also, just because of the wide variety of different things that we're going to get. And I think it's going to be a test bed for, is Microsoft's plan going to work? And is their marketing going to actually turn it up going into the next year? Because you have so many things coming that you have to speak on everything. Right? You have to have shows demonstrating, hey, we got all of these games in, not only in our service, but also available to buy today. Come check us out. We got the family plan. Bro, when the family plan becomes part of the conversation, it's going to rock the universe. I don't care if people feel like the price of Game Pass is going to go up. Look, the price of things go up all the time, baby. Guess what? You got to adjust. The family plan is going to give you that adjustment, man. Find 5 people, 4 people, other people you can get in with. And I'm telling you, you're not going to have a hard time. And even if not, if you invest in the family plan and you find nothing for you, right? If that is the case, you say subscription services are of the devil, I can't find any games to play with everything that is planning to drop next year, I don't know what else to tell you. Because on one side or the other, you're going to have options. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for, especially for all the games that you mentioned. I mean, again, a lot of those games I'm not going to play.
Right.
But that's also not considering, again, you're talking about first party and publishing, Microsoft publishing, and not even considering the second and third party deals that are going to end up getting cut, that we're also going to sink hundreds of hours into, 50 plus hours of time into. What else can be brought forward? What else is going to be remastered and remade and put in our face and given it to us, and try to fight for our time, man. Like, again, if Microsoft can't prove it this next year coming up, I do think that there is going to be a continuous ongoing conversation on whether people feel that it's worth being in that ecosystem.
Yeah,
it is. But
and there's going to be conversation about management as well.
Yeah, I mean, that too. But at the end of the day, the value is going to have to speak for itself at some point, because that's what they're depending on. Hey, here's all these games, the value and quality. And these are all things that they've mentioned and said that they're going to speak on and talk about. All right, guys, let's see you, especially in 2022, going into 2023. There's too much talent out here for you not to have bomb-ass marketing trailers or just things out there to entice things, right?
Perfect segue. Perfect segue, Steel.
Well, what happened?
Marketing.
Oh.
Marketing. Game Awards.
Yeah.
103 million people viewed the Game Awards, Steel. And we had people out here in this community on the Xbox side trying to downplay the importance of the Game Awards and whether or not it was a bad thing that Microsoft, Xbox didn't show up with any games per se.
Right.
Announcements at the Game Awards and how important the Game Awards actually may be and what they're going to do going forward, Steel. So that's a perfect segue. Let's have a little discussion here, Steel.
Let's do it.
Let's have a little discussion because there's There's clowns on both sides in this community, without a doubt. Again, we talk a lot about the PlayStation side because they're the majority, because there's more PlayStation players than there are Xbox players. So they're the loudest and they get hurt a lot. But if you're in the Xbox side of the community, you also know that there are Xbox fans out here that will ride or die with Xbox to the point where they will use intellectual dishonesty themselves or willful ignorance. And I saw a lot of that after the Game Awards. I have my own reasons for why Xbox wasn't there. I'm in the camp that this is the ABK deal, that this was the attorney's decision. There's people that deny that, say, nope, they just didn't think it was important enough. My counter to that is that Microsoft made the Game Awards important to themselves through their actions and through their own words. Phil has talked about himself, how important the Game Awards are. Then they show up and they actually announce the Series X at the Game Awards, not E3, not a showcase, at the Game Awards. A whole new console release. They announce it there. Then they announce Hellblade 2, arguably one of the most important IP that they have. Then they announce the reboot of Perfect Dark. Again, another big first-party title. They show off Fable at the Game Awards as well. They themselves made the Game Awards highly important to what they do when it comes to marketing throughout the year.
Yeah.
There is no doubt. Again, you can have your thoughts, personal opinions about Keighley, about the Sony slant. If you believe that's there, you can have all this. I'm not going to take that away from you one bit. But to sit and celebrate, and I saw this, Steel. I saw this from more than just one fool out here. Celebrate saying, oh, Xbox didn't show up because Keighley is such a Sony fanboy. There's no reason. Good for them. They shouldn't give Keighley any Xbox stuff, blah, blah, blah. Bro, listen. That, again, is intellectual dishonesty or willful ignorance about business and how this works. 103 million viewers of the Game Awards, Steel. That's not all Sony fans. That's not all Xbox fans. That's not all Nintendo fans. That's a mix of everybody. There is no more important show outside of E3 week. And again, E3 hasn't been E3 for a couple years now. There is no more important time for the gaming community where you get that many eyes on one time. And you can impress upon a lot of those people who may not be a part of your ecosystem what you're doing, what your roadmap looks like, or just give them a glimpse of what game they might be able to enjoy down the road on Xbox and get them interested in your ecosystem. Now, they did that with a Game Pass sizzle reel. They obviously were doing that with the Samsung apps and all that kind of stuff, trying to do that. But let's be real. That's not what people are there for. People are there to see the game announcements. And there was a missed opportunity still. And again, I believe in my reasoning behind it, that the attorneys made this decision early on this year with the ABK deal, that they weren't going to be showing at the Game Awards this year. Now we got word, Steel. Aaron Greeny, hinted that something was going to be coming. Jez put out another tweet last night. He had heard the rumblings that they were going to have an early show come 2023. He put out a tweet last night saying those look more and more real, that there is going to be something, a show like an XO maybe type event. We'll see. Come early. Now, we've speculated that it could be end of January, beginning of February. Make a lot of sense. But they still haven't said anything, Steel. If you're going to have a show in January next month, or even early February, you might want to announce that. You might want to get your fan base a little hyped after a no-show at the Game Awards to say, hey, we're coming. Be ready. But they haven't even done that yet, Steel. Where are you at with this, man?
Man, again, a lot of the points that you made are pretty much I'm going to have to be in agreement with, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how people want to look at it. Just because it's a missed opportunity more so than anything. And I don't know how much of a missed opportunity that is. Again, if you want to use statistics and you want to use past metrics, then for timing wise, especially with it going into the holidays, it is a missed opportunity. It's something that people could be talking about over Christmas. It could be an investment that people make in going into the new year. A lot of people like to set new standards going into the new year. So that could be something thrown into consideration. Now, are things different enough that Microsoft sees some of the numbers and says, hey, well, we can kind of do a show or a showcase or something to that nature later on in a January, February time and still get some of that traction? Then, man, I need to see what these numbers look like, because it just doesn't add up or make sense to me in some factors, in a lot of ways, just because, again, first impression is everything. And letting people know what's available on your platform is always going to be an important thing. You see that with Apple. They always try to triple, double, quadruple down on that, regardless if you agree with it or not. Google does some of the same things, regardless if you agree with it or not. You see Microsoft doing the same thing, Amazon too. It's just, it's hard. I understand that it could be difficult to market games, but it's also not as expensive as it used to be. It's not like you have to fight for a TV spot. It's not like you're spending millions of dollars for a space now either. You can literally just do regular digital marketing. I just feel like there's not enough people on the team. Maybe they haven't gotten together what they're see, and that's the other thing that I don't think is true, is that they have to be working on that behind the scenes. They have to know that this is a problem.
This week we found out that they got a new studio.
So
they've got a new production studio for that team.
So
right, they made hires.
So then that could be the perfect example of them listening, saying, hey, well, we do need to make sure that that's happening. I mean, and also, again, it's been a weird space to kind of figure these things out in, because digital marketing has been different. The way that you used to advertise to people, the way that you advertise to people now is weird, man. It's hard to put it in a different way. We did used to watch more TV. We used to see things more so through advertisement. Everything was on billboards, and it's just, I don't know if that's the exact same way we should do things, where everything is in our phone now and everybody's in the phone now, right?
That's why we got things like YouTube still. That's why we got things like the Game Awards. That's why you got Nintendo Direct. That's why you got Sony State of Play.
So and that's why you can't say that, the Game Awards isn't important or it's irrelevant, or, hey, maybe we should, I only watch it for these reasons. That might be the truth, but that doesn't mean it's not important. That doesn't mean that we can't get more events. That doesn't mean that there should be other people. If this industry is so important, if it truly is the biggest entertainment industry that we know of, then we need to take full advantage. I'm not saying that it needs the Hollywood treatment. I don't believe in that necessarily either. But I do think that something has to change where we get better representation. That's the other big thing that's been for me, where we continue to try to get the corniest people alive to try to talk about games and aren't very passionate or influential or can't rile up a crowd, but everybody loves drama. But y'all don't love energy either. Y'all want people to talk about games they don't really care about. Like, y'all don't want to do research to find out who cares about what things before you bring them in. I don't know. That's the main thing that they need to work on, man. Their marketing. And again, I'm gonna continue to hammer them over the head for that. Because their competition has been great at that. And I know that their competition has been a little bit lacking recently, more so, but you can also tell that they're just being quiet. They're working behind the scenes, doubling down on what already exists. And then doing what they've always done. We cut some deals. Here's a PlayStation sign. So,
real quick too. Dark Zone. Hey, thanks for joining the chat. As always, good to see you.
Hey.
Dark Zone says, believe me, if Microsoft had stuff to show off, they would have. Well, Dark Zone, that leads to a bigger question.
I don't know.
Why don't they have something to show off? If that truly is the reason why, excuse me,
You're good.
if that's truly the reason why, what are they doing? Who's in charge? Because you can't tell me with all these studios, with all this stuff announced, and this was Mav and I's main point last night.
I have over 30 studios now, guys. That's before Activision.
And it's not necessarily about the unannounced stuff. I'm not expecting them to show off 3-year, 4-year, 5-year away stuff all the time. Okay, that's not what we're saying. But they have announced stuff. They chose to announce Fable, Perfect Dark, Hellblade 2 prior to a launch years in advance. They chose to do that for their own reasons. They kind of had to in a lot of ways because they're selling a brand new console. They're trying to get people excited. You sell hope. But there's other things. Avowed has been announced as well that we know is closer. We've seen Hellblade 2. We've seen updates to Hellblade 2. Where's our Avowed update? Why has there been no Avowed update?
Well, we did get some Avowed update from Jazz Cord from Windows Central.
Yeah.
Where he talked about a little bit to where, and this he's going off of older information too, where, they probably have refined down their experience even more because they're a smaller studio and they came to the understanding that they're not Bethesda, right? They don't have as big of a studio. They don't have all those things to consider. So, okay. Last time you showed it to us was like 10-second clip. I need an update. Or what's up?
Right. Where's a vertical slice showing something? Matt Booty talking about Fable said that he wants to show it off, but the dev said no. Well, Matt Booty, you're in charge, brother. You're in charge of the studios. If you ask for a vertical slice, they give you a vertical slice. That's how it works. Okay. So again, they have stuff to show. Dark Zone. It's just whether or not they want to, right? And it's whether or not that they have the marketing in place to do so from the top to the bottom. And that's what we're kind of talking about here. My point last night was, if you're going to move towards this isn't the Microsoft Xbox of old, Steel. This isn't the Xbox One generation anymore. You're trying to leave the past behind, right? You're trying to get rid of a lot of the stigma that you got, deservedly so, from the past. We talk about this all the time, that the Game Pass fodder thing is stupid. It's nonsense, yada, yada, yada. If you're moving towards a future where you're going to have all these studios, even without ABK, right? We're talking about 40 plus projects right now that we are aware of in some form or fashion, not all announced, but 40 plus projects between all of the studios that you currently have without ABK. You got that much going on. And the future is, and we know for a fact that they are now focused on quality. We saw Redfall, delayed. We saw Starfield delayed. We saw Halo delayed to mixed results, obviously, but we did see them delay Halo. If you're moving towards a quality and you're internally reviewing Sony products, Sony games to see why they have such high quality, and that's what you're expecting your studios to do, you're not going to release games before they're ready anymore. And that's going to be your new mantra going forward, that when you put out a game, much like Nintendo and Sony, that you're expecting that game to be in the game of the year type conversations from here on out, that your first party titles are going to represent the best of the best, whatever genre they're in. And that's what you're expecting from your studios. You have to start presenting your marketing in that manner as well. You have to give those games their proper respect. And part of that is showcasing them, much like how Nintendo does, much like how Sony does. And you can sit here and say, well, don't have that type of fan base who are going to show up all the time for smaller shows, or people just aren't going to be interested because it's not Nintendo, it's not Sony. You have to start cultivating it. We talked about this with the Eastern games being cultivated on Xbox. You have to cultivate that mentality. You have to cultivate that fan base, and it starts, as much as we like to say, and Steel, you're correct, marketing has changed, advertising has changed dramatically over the decades, right? Completely different world now. But there are ways to still garner that attention. And the Game Awards, I saw Gogo Poll put in there, Game Awards aren't the be-all, end-all. No, you're correct, Gogo. They aren't the be-all, end-all, but you can't get 103 million eyes on something all at one time in very many places in the game industry. So it is an important part. I'm not going to say it's the be all end all, but then you got to go create your own spaces as well, Steel. And non-Nintendo fans, non-Sony fans do turn out to watch Sony State of Plays, to watch Nintendo Directs out of curiosity. And what I'm saying is I'm giving Microsoft credit here from the standpoint that they're trying to re-envision their gaming division right now, not just through Game Pass, not through xCloud, not through accessibility, not through all the factors that we talk about, value, right, but also from the quality standpoint. So if you're going to do that, which is fantastic, okay? We talk about it all the time here too, Steel. We're on board. Got to delay a game to make it better, make a game. We just had the big conversation about $70 games going forward. Guess what? My expectations go up on the quality. Don't be coming out with broken games. Don't be doing any of that nonsense. You are taking a brand new philosophy towards game making. You need to show that and start making people believe in that through marketing and giving people something to sit back and step back. Even somebody who maybe says, I'm not going to watch the Xbox show because I have no interest. They got no games, blah, blah, blah. It's Game Pass fodder. Well, all of a sudden, those people hear from somebody else who did watch the show. No, man, you need to go check this out. Avowed is looking different. Okay. Avowed's looking like it's going to hit. And then you get those people going, oh, what? Really? Really? Oh, what? Oh, come on, man. You're not serious. And you need to go check this out. Then they go watch that showcase that you had, that smaller showcase that you had. And then they go, oh, well, I guess they were right. Obsidian's coming with it this time. Holy cow. This is looking great. This is looking something I'm interested in. You have to cultivate that thought process so that the next time Xbox announces another smaller showcase, that same person goes, okay, I'm going to check this out because I'm interested in what's coming up here from Microsoft. And again, I'm not talking about they have to show 4 or 5 year stuff, 3-year stuff. They can focus on the stuff that's currently or close to coming out. I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have a problem with the 12-month thing. I talked about that last year. I was one of the few people that said, you know what, if they're going to do this going forward, I don't have a problem with it. I'm cool. But you got to give these games a proper showcase, and you have to give the gamers, not just your own Xbox community, but you have to give all the gamers, people who might be on the fence right now about Game Pass, you have to give them a view of what's coming and why they should be paying attention. That's what Nintendo and Sony do. And again, I'm not saying they have to do it exactly like those two. I'm not saying I want Xbox to turn into Sony or Nintendo. I don't. I'm happy with that. They're trying to do something different. But from a marketing standpoint, they have to just start figuring out how to generate that interest from people, not only their fan base. Yes, that's important to get us core gamers hyped as well, because those ripple effects go out. And that's how you get the word out to a lot of the masses that don't pay attention like we do. But you also have to start talking to the Sony and Nintendo guys saying, all that quality you guys have always talked about over on that side, yeah, we're bringing that to Xbox now. This isn't the Xbox of old. And I think that's where the marketing comes into play, Steel. So that's how I'll end it. So I didn't mean to go on a rant, but I just really think Microsoft could do something more. And I hope this new studio is working towards that. For sure.
Yeah, and they do, should, and could. And I want to see more from them. Again, that's the major thing. I mean, even with Halo, right? Halo's stepping into its form, and things have been shaking and moving. There should be a little bit more behind that. Again, I know marketing isn't cheap. Gogobo made this point earlier. It takes time from a development pending on the game and whatnot, but you can also hire people. You can hire contractors for everything else. You can't hire contractors to do more marketing for you. You can't hire people that work on specifically Twitter account, make sure everything is constantly posted on Twitter, on Reddit. People who are following these accounts are constantly being flooded with content. People are paying attention.
Look, Wolong this week, Steel. Wolong had a dive, right?
Yes.
Had a new look.
Looking beautiful.
The Xbox Twitter account didn't even put out their own tweet. All they did was retweet the Wolong tweet. Why is Xbox Twitter? Why is it so hard? And again, I know nothing because I'm not a part of any of these teams. But to me, Steel, Why would Xbox Wire, Xbox Twitter not have a calendar with every game that's attached to Xbox in some form or fashion, and have a calendar with the listings of everything coming up as far as dev talks go, interviews go, and not have a scheduled tweet, an official tweet, not a retweet, but an official tweet saying, hey, Wo Long coming to Xbox next, what is it, March? I can't remember which one. March next year, you're going to be able to play this Game Pass day one. Go check out the new dev talk today at such and such a time. Here's the link. Why would there not be an official tweet from Xbox? Like, I don't get that. That's what Sony does on their Twitter account. Third-party titles appear to be PlayStation exclusives because they tweet about them so damn much. And I think that that's the mentality that Xbox has to start taking. Like, hey, we may not be exclusive on this game, but we have a big deal with this game. We're going to make it seem like it's exclusive. Not just through Game Pass, but through our marketing as well, through our advertisement. That's where I want to see Xbox get to.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I'm looking for. And the fact that, again, it's taken them this long to still figure that out. And you could just say that because they haven't put it together because the cadence has been off. You could say that because of the pandemic. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear those excuses. But again, you don't have to take those excuses. Invest in the ecosystem that you believe is giving you something that's worth it. If Xbox is going to continue to not give you things that are not worth it, look where you are getting that worth at. And let's just be honest with where you're seeing the worth at. Again, it's not, these are things that are not meant to be for everybody, have not proven to be for everybody. Xbox does not all of a sudden have 200 million subscribers. And it's going to be a while before it grows to that. They got a lot of things to prove before that happens. There could be a lot of changes that are made, and again, technology wise, I mean, our phones are already pretty much computers. I can turn this, my Galaxy Note 20 into a, put it in index mode and use it as a full computer. I hook up a monitor to it and everything, and it can be its own computer. I mean, guys, we're not far off. And the fact that they're also trying, the fact that they are putting it in TVs also, the Xbox app and everything, and are also not just 2022 to going into 2023 TVs, but also making it adaptable for older televisions is also going to help bring more people into the ecosystem. I know it's easy to only think about us and only think about your pockets and what's affecting you directly. But guys, like, I got to be real. There's a real life out there. There's people who would love to be part of the conversation that don't have the options that we have or that you have, don't have that accessibility. And if you can put it on a whatever TV that people have, that is the next way that people go. Blue Moose's Galaxy Note 20. I'm just saying. I love my Galaxy phone.
Hey, Asante, what's going on, brother? Thanks for stopping.
Hey, what's going on, brother? But yeah, man. So it's just there's so much that could possibly happen. I'm not going to just put my foot down and say yes, they're the way, and that's all I believe in. No, I believe in games. I believe in the vision currently, and there is one side that sees the vision. I'm putting Nintendo in there too because at least they're playing to their strength. That's all that I've ever wanted the Nintendo to do, and Microsoft to do the same thing. Play into your strength. Services, that's your strength. Make it happen. Make it shake. But this honesty thing that you're doing, this good guy role that you're playing, understand you're going to get all the critique for it, and continuously, Microsoft has a lot of other things behind the scenes. When you pull the curtain back, there's skeletons that are there, and there are other things that have to be dealt with, which is why everything's in flux and in question right now. So it is what it is. I want to see the industry grow and become better.
Exactly. Overall. And again, just last point on this marketing thing, and I'll end it because we're already almost 4.5 hours in. So we're doing good, or 4 hours, I should say, from the time we officially started. But the big thing too, people say, well, nobody watches this. And that was a big point of Jasper and Psychonauts last night and Fuzzy, was that nobody pays attention to that stuff. What gets lost, Steel, is the ripple effect from not only your core gamers who do watch that stuff that go talk to people, but also news media picks up on those and then writes articles about that. And that's where the masses go to IGN. Look what again, not many people knew that Starfield had a new Q&A session this week, right? Not many people watched the new Q&A unless you're paying attention, right? But articles, tweets from other outside sources were then made off of that, saying these are the new details from the new latest Starfield Q&A. Yeah. That's how it works, and those people see the wider audience sees that, even if they didn't know about the actual event happening or the actual little dev diary or the actual little showcase. That the word does spread from those things. Whether you say, well, you can look at the views and say nobody watched it. Well, that doesn't matter at the end of the day. That doesn't mean that only those people know about that information now, because now, like you were talking about, Steel, how much marketing and advertising has changed through the decades. It's no longer important that instant audience. It's the reverberating audience, the audience that comes later, that is also important and sometimes a lot bigger. You can look at viewers on YouTube, on podcasts. Sure, you can look at I'll throw RDX out there, right?
For example,
you can look at RDX's live viewers, about 1,100 to 1,500 people on a regular basis every Tuesday night, right? But then go look at how many views their shows have after the fact, right? We're talking 10,000, right? That's how that reverberating effect happens. So it's not always about the initial upfront impact anymore. It's about what the aftershocks that happen. So I just want to make that final point.
Yeah, I mean, because again, Xbox is depending on people seeing value in their ecosystem. And again, there's no proof in that pudding, but there are numbers saying that it's working. So we'll see if it continues to work. If it's not, we'll see what other investments can be made. Again, getting a PC is becoming more attractive for a lot of people because of how the intersections, how everything has come to a four-way street now, to where it's all preference. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more that's going on behind the scenes. And yes, Blue Boo for sure. Shout out to Dealer getting me. He said he got me into the community. Shout out to Dealer, man.
One of the first shows I watched when I came into the community.
Yep.
For sure.
Iron Lords and RDX 100%, and then boom to follow. So, ladies and gentlemen, man, we had some amazing conversation today. Was not expecting actually to go there. I jumped in the show today and was just like, man, we just got booted up last minute. We're getting things set up again for those who were behind the scenes with us. For those 15 minutes, we are live right at 9 o'clock. We greatly appreciate you guys, man. Again, as we get things set up and get everything going, it's been a freaking amazing experience. So, but I wasn't expecting for the day to go as well as it did. That's one thing. I want to make that known. But we rocked them, socked them, robots. And I expect
go watch that Starfield Q&A, by the way, folks, too.
Yes, and we hadn't talked about that yet.
It was from who was the guy's name? I forget. Will Shen, who is actually the lead quest designer over at Bethesda.
Yes.
For Starfield. Some interesting tidbits out of that. Quests are he talked about that we are going to go to Earth and try to figure out what happened to Earth. And we're going to see Mars. We're going to go to Mars as well. Random encounters are now not just going to be individual NPCs that you come across, but you may come across a completely random city or town that is completely randomized as well, Steel, which kind of spoke to what we talked about, those 1,000 planets.
Yes.
There might be more than just wildlife on those 1,000 planets. We might get some random pop-up cities and stuff on there as well. Talked about that. And then player decisions will affect whether some main characters live or die. And also joining a faction is going to be the same as it was in Sky. People had this question a lot. If you know about Bethesda's history, if you played Oblivion, if you played Skyrim, you see how things change. Factions used to lock you out back in the day. If you chose one faction, you couldn't go do another faction. They've decided to go the same route they did with Skyrim, where one faction won't lock you out from another faction. You can play all the faction storylines if you want to. So there we go. Just quick side note.
Oh, that's pretty badass. Awesome. All right. So with that being said, we do definitely have to get into this day in gaming. Again, gaming is should be treated as such, otherwise known as the make Pong feel old and make me now feel old, or make you guys feel old. I guess depends on how you want to look at that. But again, it's a perfect opportunity to look at where we've come, to see where we are today. Again, playing games like not Rainbow, but Ghost Recon Breakpoint. It just helps you appreciate the quality of games sometimes, man. A beautiful game is a beautiful game. The attention to detail that gets put into a lot of games. Again, these are things that I care about, that I want to see more of, that give me more of the feeling of being in these universes. And that's what's going to continue to pull me in. But let's get into it. This day of the gaming. Oh, all right.
Make me feel old still.
I'll try. Oh, we need a whole little intro. I think that'd be cute. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are starting in 1987, and we're starting with the NES. Starting with Mega Man releasing in Japan.
Always shout out to Mega Man.
Always love Mega Man. In 1988, NES also released Final Fantasy II in Japan.
Good game. Good.
So I've heard.
Played a lot of it.
Then in 93, Super Nintendo released Dragon Ball Z Super Butoden 2. Okay.
How many Dragon Ball Z games have there been?
Literally. I mean, Dragon Ball has been out for a long time, so
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of great. It's kind of crazy.
You almost have one a week when we do these.
Almost. Yeah, it seems like. Sometimes they take a week off. Then in 93, the Super Nintendo released Mega Man X. I believe it is stated, not Mega Man 10. It could be, but I don't exactly recall. But that was released in Japan. We also got the Genesis that released Phantasy Star 4 in Japan.
Phantasy Star, so good.
Also in 96, PlayStation released Mega Man 8 in Japan.
Jesus, they like this week for Mega Man. God.
Okay. Then in 98, PlayStation released Ear Geese in Japan. I don't know what that is, but all right. Then they also released Rhapsody, a musical adventure in Japan. Okay. Then PlayStation released Suikoden 2.
One of the greatest RPGs of all time. Shout out to Chris Jones over at Iron Lords, LogNet. Oh my God. Yes, Suikoden. The fact that they're redoing those are coming out in 2023. Can't wait. Amazing games.
Then PlayStation also released Thousand Arms in Japan.
Okay.
Then in 99, Nintendo 64, I almost said Atari. Nintendo 64 released Mario Party 2 in Japan. I remember Mario Party 2. It was a good time. Then we fast forward quite a bit. We go from Mario Party 2 to the Xbox 360 releasing in 2007, MX versus ATV Untamed. Interesting.
Yes.
That was a good game. It was a fun time. Then in 2009, PlayStation 3 released Final Fantasy 13 in Japan.
Nice.
Not the Final Fantasy. Then the PSP released Queen's Blade Spiral Chaos in Japan.
Don't remember that one.
Then in 2011, PlayStation Vita released Disgaea 3 Absence of Detention in Japan.
Disgaea. And Niz, bring your games to Xbox, please. Disgaea is freaking amazing.
PlayStation Vita also released Hot Shots Golf World Invitational.
Still my favorite golf game.
Yeah, Hot Shots is good.
Yeah.
Then PlayStation Vita released the PlayStation Vita in Japan.
Oh, nice.
Same, I guess that same time. Then the PlayStation Vita also released Uncharted Golden Abyss in Japan.
Really good version. Really good. Especially being able to play it through PS TV on the big screen. It was like a little downgraded Uncharted version, but it was still cool playing it on the big screen. It worked out well.
Right. Yep. Then in 2013, PlayStation 4 released. We talked about Mushu's earlier. Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Complete Edition.
Nice. Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty
Still like Samurai Warriors better, but Dynasty Warriors is always good too.
PlayStation 3 also released Minecraft PlayStation 3 Edition.
Nice.
Oh, interesting. Then 2014, the 3DS released Nintendo Badge Arcade. Okay. Then in 2015, PlayStation 4 released JoJo's Bizarre Adventure: Eyes of Heaven in Japan.
Shout out to JoJo's. Yep.
Then the Wii U released in 2015, Minecraft Wii U Edition. I didn't know that. Interesting. Then in 2018, PC released Bloons TD6.
No idea.
Tower defense? I guess it's a tower defense game.
Maybe.
And then, hey, funny enough, December 17th of 2021, PC released Vampire Survivors.
Nice.
Shout out to Vampire Survivors for making an entry after coming off of so much hype with the game and everything. That's pretty dope. I wasn't expecting that. That was your This Day in Gaming segment, though, ladies and gentlemen. And man, I want to say, you guys were tearing it up in chat today. Y'all were having an amazing conversation. It seems like our chat just gets lively and livelier every week. Y'all are having consistent conversation, especially when we get knee deep on any one topic. And again, 4 hours strong this time around again. I don't know how me and Pong do it, but we continuously do it. I think that speaks to I don't know how much we either like each other or how much we just vibe. We just blend with each other. So take that for what you will, but I do think that we had a lot of interesting, passionate, and very thought-provoking conversations today. We didn't talk about what content creators and friends mean to each other.
Yeah, we did not. Yeah.
And whatnot. I do think that's going to be an interesting conversation to have. I think we'll roll that into next week. I don't mind that because there is a lot to go into that.
We're probably not doing a show next week.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Sorry.
Yeah, we are not doing a show next week. You guys are right. Paul is right. I said that last weekend. Goodness gracious. Yeah. But yes, this coming up weekend, the 24th, then the 25th. We're not doing a show, guys. So we will miss us this week. I don't know if there's something else.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, we'll see about what we can fit in New Year's. I don't currently have any plans. So depending on what's going on and everything, me and Paul will stay in touch. This may be the last time that you hear from us. It may not be, but if it's not, then we will definitely talk about our year-end wrap-up for 2022. The games that we've liked, the games that we've loved, what we have, what we're looking forward to, and kind of go from there as we usually do on a year-to-year basis.
That'll be fun to do on New Year's Eve.
I think that'll be really a good time because we can really take the whole year in totality, which is I appreciate. Again, I know awards may not have to do it that way, but I like doing it that way. At least you can consider everything. But with that, again, thank you guys for joining us for the entire show. Audio listeners, look, if you can, leave us a review. Let us know how you're feeling, whether you like the show today or not. Let us know how the audio quality, live viewers. Again, I'm giving this to you in 1440p. It is going to be down into 1080 for your guys' visual pleasure. So hopefully that at least makes a little bit of an adjustment, comes across a little clearer. Hopefully you enjoyed today's gameplay too. Again, for the audio side, if you guys do not watch us live, you do get gameplay from me, Steel Rain, every week. I do that on a week-to-week basis purposely. One, it has kind of reinvigorated those bones or that juice to try to play those newer games that come out. But it also just gives me something to kind of give you guys, because I want you guys to get some good gameplay in. And I usually get on playing on harder difficulties, so you can see me struggle a little bit. And that stuff gets funny sometimes, especially when I'm over here talking to myself. It's always a good time. Nonetheless, you can find me, Steel Rain, everywhere where there's a search bar. I'll be completely honest. Steel Rain, the T is a 7. Look, hit me up in the DMs. I mostly freaking Twitter. Now I don't really freaking the spaces and so much, but I'm usually always showing up online within the Xbox ecosystem, just because it is available to me on PC. So it's always saying that I'm online. So hit me up. If I reply to you back, then you know that I'm on. If I don't reply, that means I'm not on. I'm not one of those people that like to hide from people. But other than that, thank you all again. I guess we'll see you not this weekend, but next weekend, hopefully for the first. And two weekends coming up. And we'll have plenty to talk about and discuss at that point for sure. Gives us a lot of content to go over. I want to say Merry Christmas. Hopefully you guys like the little Christmas editions I've added to this week's episode. And other than that, again, thank you for tuning in. Pong, Uncanny Gentleman himself, the X-Man who is not Cyclops.
Oh.
I need you to lead your Midnight Suns to victory.
And I am creating my Phoenix, my Jean Grey within Midnight Suns. That's my character. I'm getting her set. She's looking better and better. I don't know if I'm going to get the full Jean Grey effect, but we're getting close. Blue Moon FC, by the way, appreciate you, brother. I'm glad you enjoyed the ILP podcast that I was on. If anybody wants my history, how Steel and I got together, all that kind of stuff, go check out the ILP. That was just an amazing show. Humbled and honored to be a part of those guys. Again, they make it easy when you walk into the realm. I posted on Twitter, they put it on podcasting on easy mode. I felt like I had been there before. Of course, I had podcasted with all of them at one point or another, but it was a great show. Had a fantastic time. One of their longest shows, of course, not shocking. Wound up being like 5.5 hours. So go check that out. We had great conversations. But thank you. I appreciate that, Blue Moon. I'm glad you had a good time listening to that. Otherwise, another fantastic Living Splitscreen show. Again, I say it every week because it's true. I just enjoy waking up on Saturday morning and knowing that I'm going to get together with Steel. No matter what else has happened during the week, this is the spot for me. I love this. This dude is my brother from another. He does everything behind the scenes. And I again, the fact that we're still here after putting this show together, just him and I, is a testament to what he does behind the scenes. And all love and respect goes to him. He downplays himself all the damn time, but this man is freaking amazing at what he does. So thank you, brother, for doing this. Chat, like Steel said, great conversations in there. Lively as all get out, man. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the conversation we're having. Happy to get you guys involved, bring some of the comments into the show. That's what we love to do. That's why we started this. So thank you all for being here. Again, continue to spread the word. Christmas miracle didn't quite happen yet. We still got time. We're about 330 subscribers away from Mission 1K.
Yeah.
But we've seen great growth this year, again, for what Steel and I do, which is, Steel started adding more content outside of our show. And we don't do, giant giveaways where we get a bunch of followers who are just, there for the giveaway. For what we're trying to do here, organic growth, as they like to say nowadays. Steel and I are very happy with the community that we are building. So thank you all. And again, that goes the same for all of you listeners who listen to us afterwards. And there is a lot of you. Our numbers have been going up there as well as total viewers go. So thank you all for being a part of this adventure. We will have a year-end recap New Year's Eve. So that's going to be a fun show, and we'll talk about that more. But thank you all. Again, nothing but love and respect to each one of you. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Tonight, the Shop podcast, of course, with PTK Blam, the man who owns that channel, along with my brother from another, Fuzzy Belvedere, who is part of the Fun Speculation family, and myself. We are welcoming in Infinite Umbra tonight. That's right. The one and only Infinite Umbra is going to be a part. We're going to have a great conversation tonight. So be there, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Shop podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Next week, Xbox Factor podcast, Mr. Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming. Every Tuesday, that man's got 5 shows now, 5 days a week. It's crazy. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time on Tuesdays for the Xbox Factor podcast. Be there. Mav and I are back this week. We had to take a week off because I had dinner for the company, which changed up things. So had Christmas dinner this week. So next week, Mav and I will be back. PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. And this week, we are going to have a guest. We've got, the even-keeled one. The guy with a soothing conversation. He comes from a different perspective, very intelligent, love what he does. Asa from Game On Daily will be joining Mav and I this week. So we're going to have a fun PM in the PM this week. So be there. And then I don't think I'm going to be on Xbox Ultimate next week, schedule wise. But they are, I think Mav's still planning on going on a show. So Xbox Ultimate Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Again, if you didn't catch last night's show, hour and a half marketing talk. I'm telling you, it's crazy. But we had Insane Cakes on, who actually works for ZeniMax Online Studios. Awesome dude. We had a great show last night. A lot of debate. It was fun. So go check that out. But otherwise, Xbox Ultimate again next week, next Friday. I think Mav's going to intend upon having a show. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. And then Steel and I off on Saturday for Christmas Eve. So again, everybody, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hope you all have a fantastic one, whatever you're doing, friends, family, gaming, sleeping in, eating too much, watching football, whatever you got going on, enjoy it. Have a good one. It's the golden age of gaming, people. Thank you all for joining us today. Play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, we are about 300 away from 1K. We are on that road. Again, let's try to push that way. If not, hey, all good things will come. No rush again. This isn't something that, of course, it would be great to be able to support ourselves off of this at some point, but that's not the main reason we do this. Real life is always going to come first. This is a side thing, which we will always have that perspective of it on, right? We do it for you guys, so we enjoy talking to you guys, chopping it up. We enjoy getting the chat involved. Of course, we enjoy each other's company too, but this industry is what we enjoy the most. That's why I talk about it the way I do. It's easy for me to only come from one side and tell you what I like, but I love taking the RTS approach. I love being the coming from that educated consumer perspective, ECP baby. But other than that, much love. Y'all stay safe. Check you guys in a couple weeks. Going into the new year, and y'all stay safe and have much love for y'all end of 2022. Peace. Yay.